When last we left our party, we were following Malroth because we got his back. His back, bro. Alright, see if we can get that troll really riled up. If we can get their leader to chase us, the rest are sure to follow. Also, there's people doing lawn mowing, so if you hear some weird stuff, that's what it is. What do you mean, what's the plan? Watch and learn. Oi, Fatso. Kind of kidding, J. Palmer. Who you? Moonbrook soldiers? You look like the stupidest one here. I guess that makes you the leader. Or maybe it's the fattest, stinkiest monster who gets to be the leader. Oh, wait, that's still you. I show you, stupid. Aw, see you around, crazy nose. Oh, excuse me. You got that right. I've never seen anyone as stupid as you in all my life. Let me prove you wrong. I'll prove how not stupid I am by killing one of my own troops for no good reason. I Dakota. See the look on his face? Well, I'll get to take a closer look soon enough. Runner Malroth, there you are. Where have you been? Inessa has been worried sick about. Good heavens, what in the world's going on? Looks like our guests have finally arrived. It's worth noting that what Malroth did here is absolutely correct for this exact circumstance. And I have to mention that because in a normal circumstances, this would be a really terrible idea. But this isn't a well-oiled, disciplined military machine that we're fighting against. It's a disorganized mob, run by people who are functionally morons, who are literally here not to win, but just to try and cause some devastation and destruction and have fun in the doing. So what Malroth did is he went out, taunted the enemy leader into doing a overextended extra attack that shouldn't have been done, so that we can then fight them on our terms, right up here in range of the Ballishtas, which are now supporting us. I should probably... Oh, I don't have any heals right now. Okay. Malroth has literally taunted the enemy into a trap. And again, in a proper military, this kind of thing probably should not work. Wow. Oh, I'm so sorry, Darkrai. We all know those Primus videos are the worst. What's funny is the only reason it didn't work was because of my stupid ass getting overextended. What was I? There it is. I don't think I have better armor yet. I'll double check. I do not. Wait, hang on. Okay, never mind. I do have better armor, but I don't have any fur. Of all things to be out of, I don't have fur. That's why I didn't build the armor. A favorite WoW warrior set? So I'm going to start by saying no, because you've seen my warrior transmog. It's a combination of like 6 different sets, which I'm very proud of. But if you put a gun to my head and said, what's your favorite WoW set? I was torn between Tier 6 and Tier 10. That's Black Temple and Icecrown Citadel, respectively. You look like you dropped fur. Attack? Attack? Hello? Game? Oh, that's... Wow, I didn't know you could hit that button. Which is what I did. Oh, Jesus, it's now extremely bad. Okay. Well, I would also admit that I guess I'm lying because I actually like the new tier 6 better than the old tier 6. I forget exactly what tier number it is, and I think they actually stopped numbering them by that point. It's the one from Legion. For those of you not aware, in Legion, every tier 6 set got a new version with higher resolution textures and a few extra little bits and bobs here and there. So the Legion version of tier 6 is actually probably my other answer. So Legion tier 6 and tier 10. Yeah, Tomb of Sargeras, that's correct. I think. I shouldn't say that so definitively. I need fur. Which is like over here. I don't know off the top of my head, Jay Palmer. Listen, Darkrai. It's not my fault that people ignorant of the true function of their devices decided to detonate what were effectively nuclear cores over a town. Twice. Anyways, what's your question, Ross? Also, you're up early. For you. I'd say yes. Ice cream is a good, surprisingly neutral activity for a first date. It's also the kind of thing that doesn't lose any of its relevance. Feels like a weird word, but whatever. Even if you're going out for just, like, say, a friend. Like, if I was going to hang out with Third, going out for ice cream is a totally valid thing to do, right? It's also a good choice in summer. How can I suddenly see my gloves? I don't remember seeing my gloves last time. And yeah, it is in many ways the same concept. There's just, nothing wrong with that. Ah, we need to fill the middle one, that's why. And take out this one. That should be correct. I say, now I gotta wait for the snow to show up. I also need to reset the board down here a little bit. I mean, that's just... I don't mean to sound cynical, Ross, but that is just life. And there are plenty of reasons, even valid reasons, to just kind of test someone. Comes to first getting to know them, right? sending out a feeler, so to speak. And again, ice cream is a nice, neutral thing to do. Good way to get a hold of what kind of person you are. Like, for example, a movie doesn't really qualify in the same way. I know that sounds strange, but a movie involves not paying attention to the person you're going with. Being in a large, dark room with a degree of privacy involved, so there's a implied intimacy that might not otherwise be there. By contrast, if you go out to like a cafe and get ice cream, lots of people around, nice, bright, open, safe. Yeah, exactly, you get it, you get it. I don't want to use the word protocol, but let's just say that there are certain things that work better, and then there's certain things that work worse. What is that? I would say things would have gone much worse, because I think Gul'dan would be a sufficiently intelligent and brutal and horrible person, and more capable than Ner'zhul in many ways, that he probably would have caused a lot of problems. Gul'dan was a terror for a reason. You know? Also, you mean kill Jaden. But... I mean, Gul'dan was never really loyal to the Legion. Neither of them, actually. So I would say he absolutely would not have been loyal to the Legion. I prefer the alternate Gul'dan, but for one very, very basic reason. He gets more screen time, and therefore more development. It's not always true, but screen time usually translates into more development, which usually translates into a character being better. Now, I can give you an example from Warcraft where that's not true. Tyrande Whisperwind has gotten an enormous quantity of screen time, and is one of the least developed characters in all of Warcraft history. So, it's not always true. Is it borrowing the Minecraft aesthetic? We'll go with yes. Huh. So, yeah, cutscene we've actually already seen. That's also true. And to tie this into what I've literally talked about already, the better screen time doesn't necessarily mean more, it means better. Some characters literally do better with less screen time. Honestly, and I know this is going to sound like a strange example, but I'm going to go with it, Sephiroth from Final Fantasy VII. He gets extraordinarily little screen time in that game. And yet, they use what he gets pretty well for the most part. I remind you that he literally has no lines of dialogue in the finale, in the outro. And yeah, Jaws, exactly. The actual titular shark gets very little screen time in that movie. Sargeras didn't work for the longest time, to be very blunt. And that's mostly because of the fact that Sargeras just wasn't very well designed as a background character, to be blunt. He was a big spooky name in the background. Then Legion came around. And Legion started giving him moments, usually individual cutscenes, or bits where you could hear his voice in the background. And all of a sudden, Sargeras kind of started getting really awesome. Less is more, applying to a character that wasn't a villain. I mean, yes, but you gotta give me a minute to think of an example here. Do you remember the cutscene where we got the Argus reveal? Where we saw Argus for the very first time? Sargeras actually talked in that cutscene. We just heard his voice. A less is more than non-villain. Okay, this is a cheat. And it's also not valid anymore, but Boba Fett. I guess he's kind of a villain. Damn it. I didn't think about that. Sorry, he is a villain. Sorry. Hang on. Let me try again. I don't know. I'm having a really hard time coming up with an example of a true less is more character that isn't a villain. Because there are examples where a character doesn't have a lot of screen time and it works, but that's kind of different, as weird as it sounds. Most of the cases, that's just how it is. I'm trying to think of a case where they deliberately or accidentally their way into making a character substantially better, specifically because of the reduced screen time. No, Jay Palmer. I'm afraid I don't actually follow economic news. I'm a sham. I'm not an economics geek. I'm sorry. I'm the worst. I was also accurate within a week of my prediction of when it would happen. It's not a joke. You can check the VODs. Oh, now I get new armor. Sure. What are you boying? I'm sorry. That troll and his army weren't so tough. We smashed the siege. Malroth, this attack was your doing, was it not? I warned you not to act alone. Why? His tactic was valid and it won. Yeah, who cares? We won, didn't we? It is true that goading the enemy army into attacking was a reckless act, but we did win. After so many years of suffering, I hardly dared dream we would break the siege. Until this moment, I was of two minds as to whether renouncing the Children of Hargon and joining the Builder was the right course. You've said that 3 times now. But no more. This resounding success has assuaged my every doubt. We are not slaves to the cycle of destruction. We can win this war. Come, runner, my boy. My boy! Indeed, the castle looks rather beating. Let's go repair it. Okay. No, Zach Taft, because Stark supervising a mission personally is going to involve him playing some kind of mobile game while pretending he's paying attention to us in one ear. You know what? Actually, Mickey Mouse in Kingdom Hearts 1 specifically. Specifically in 1. Obviously, Mickey is kind of interspersed throughout, but they do a good job with that. For those of you who are not aware, Mickey Mouse shows up literally once in Kingdom Hearts 1. And it's to good effect. My boy. Can someone leak Yura? My boy. Alas, I fear it'll take much more than our recent victory to convince many soldiers and subjects our endeavor is not a hopeless one. What we need is a symbol to inspire the people, something to stand at the heart of our castle and rally them to the cause, and I want you to build it. Well, then he'll just win when we sit back and sip mint juleps, Zaktaff, so I guess that's okay. You have your orders. Build me a symbol of hope. Archaic architecture of hardware infrastructure that hasn't really been updated in about 50 years. Heck. Hey, Vancini. I mean, that's pretty much exactly what happened, Darkrai. You'll notice Mickey shows up substantially more after Kingdom Hearts 1, aka when the series became a financial smash hit. Go figure. Egad! Sterling work. If this doesn't light a fire in my people's bellies, nothing will. Come, citizens of Moonbrook, gaze upon Erdrick's beacon. Also, there's the recovery mechanic in Kingdom Hearts 2 as well, where he can just, if you die during certain boss fights, he can just show up and save you. So he's even more present in gameplay in 2. Goodness gracious me. All the snow melted away. I feel warmer already. So long as the beacon burns, nary a flare of that which once piled high in our streets and froze our feet shall darken our door again. But of that I feel stronger. I feel like I can take the world. Me too. Yes, we will. Yes, we will fight. We will win. Well said, Warwick, my boy. My boy. Let us break free from Moonbrook's fate and bring this war to an end. And yeah, and then the next beacon is lit, and then the next beacon is lit. And I was like, wait, what? Probably because it's awesome every time it happens, Reggie. Well done, runner. Your creation has inspired my people. The battle that housed Kargon's hordes from this fair isle begins here with Walker. However, it seems there's something missing. It shall not be completed until it bears the mark of Moonbrook. Alas, this precious heirloom was stolen by the monsters many moons ago. The force that the troll was leading was nothing more than their vanguard. Many more fiendish foes stand between us and victory. One day, when we were having laid their major general low and affixed the mark to the beacon, true peace shall return to this land at last. Until that day comes, let us wage war. I mean, I guess. Do we have to? Let's get a good night's rest. Or, for those too excited to sleep, I shall hold a lecture on the complete genealogy of Moonbrook's nobility and peerage. Any takers? No? So, you've rebuilt Erdrick's beacon. An impressive feat indeed. Thank you, Father. And a foolish one. After all, this world is but an illusion. It matters not whether you humans win or lose. All will be destroyed. But should you do as we say, you could be saved from this fate. Saved from the destruction of Doom's day. What say you? 'Tis an offer few would refuse. Yes, Father. Your wish is my command. Very good. Go, my child. Spread fear and loathing throughout the human ranks. Let the builder's creations come crumbling down. Good morning, Walker. Whoa. And thank you for the sub very much. As always. I suppose you know the question. So, you ask a valid question, Act. Did I ever have issues with my printer? Yeah, of course I did. Printers are old technology that's barely been moved forward. But you kind of get used to them after a while. Like, I don't have a better way to say that. If you work with printers a lot, you kind of become the printer guy. You know what I mean? So that was me. Hardware was always kind of my bag back in the office, and so people would call me for printer issues, and I would go help with printer issues, which got me more experience with printer issues. So I get pretty good at it. Meanwhile, that idiot Anessa stuck around to keep fighting and losing battle because of her so-called convictions. Ugh. What's that? If she wasn't convinced it was the right thing to do, she would have given up long ago? Well, you always gotta take everyone else's sides. I thought we were friends. Well, whatever. I can't get my head around it personally. But if you say that you understand what she's talking about, I believe you. It's okay, Malroth. You are my true friend that I will never betray, ever. All I know is I'm up for this fight. There's a fire burning inside me, something more powerful than before. I really feel it in that last battle. Hey, Runner. You remember what I said, you, me, and Lulu, when we had our little dinner party? Yeah. I believe in you, Runner. Don't let me down. How good it is to see such fine young friends enjoying each other's company. You two have something about you, something different from my other subject. When you rang the builder's bell, my mind was filled with wisdom, knowledge, memory, some good, some bad. I suspect your time on this island may reveal to you the dark secret at the heart of this world, a secret I dare not reveal to my loyalist subjects. Hang on. There's some deep, dark secret here, but you won't tell us anything about it? What do you think you're playing at, you big, bearded, brainless buffoon? Bearded? Bearded? I am the king of Moonbrook. How dare you speak to me like that? Hey, do you hear that? It sounds like someone's in trouble. Good ears, Malroth. What in the... I live and breathe. That's a soldier from Moonahan. The monsters attacked Moonahan has fallen. They're coming. They're too strong. You must find a way to stop. What's the meaning of this? After you're shooting that thing, you could have kaboomed my tail off. I said you should have let me hand it. Well, whatever. It's my turn now. Hello, humans. The Hair Force are here. Get it? We're gonna make mincemeat out of a lot of you. You really must be put up more of a fight than the men of Moonahan. My Air Force could have knocked them all down with a feather. And we did. Don't expect that silly monkey to finish you all off. We expect to get our fair share of fun out of you, too. Wait. Leave some alive for the Scare Force, why don't you? What good is killing them if we can't scare them out of their skins first? Let's finish off Moonahan, and then come back for Moonbrook. We're coming for you. Prepare to face the wrath of Hargon's heroes. Okay, that's a joke most people probably actually aren't going to catch. That's okay. It's like Goldilocks and the Three Bars. Nobody got that joke. Nobody. It's completely unheard of. Nobody's ever heard of it. Those guys. What the heck's going on? Hargon's heroes. I've heard rumors of this unholy trinity, but I never thought they would move against us so soon. Move against us? They've moved our way already. Should have finished us off when they had the chance. The only reason Moonbrook still stands is to quench the fiend's thirst for destruction. Those good-for-nothing brutes mean to toy with us. I told you, did I not? No act better embodies Hargon's teachings than war. The monsters would not fight to win any more than they would lie down and accept defeat. Oh, shut up, will you? If they're not going to attack us, and I'm bloody well going to. Alright, so I'm going to read War and Peace here really quick. It was the best of times. It was the blurst of times! You know what you must do. The time for creation is past. I'm just going for deep cut references today. Now is the time for destruction. Even your builder friend knows this to be true. Yeah, it's time to read The Lord of the Rings trilogy. On camera, right now, live. Brother? But he... Do not hold back, O Great One. Drink of my power. And open your eye. You see how I'm saying this really artificially slowly, and it's still not slow enough? Malroth, what the devil's got into you? You're right. I'm fine. Get out of my way. I'm going to see my mother. Oh! Alright, you stay here, Runner. I'm going to teach those monsters a lesson. So Malroth, made for us. No, come back, you fools! Dash it all, that bally fool's going to get them all killed. What's happening here? What's with all the shouting? Dire news, Your Majesty. This very moment, Malroth and several of our soldiers are... Explain, explain, explain. Listen, listen. There's a voice promising you power, Lord Harrimont. What do you do? I mean... I think we all know the reasonable choice there. The devil does Malroth think he's playing at? He may be strong, but he's no match for Hargon's heroes. Alas, I cannot risk sending reinforcements. Our defenses are stretched too thinly as it stands. Yeah, I got his back. Allow me to accompany you. You will as well, won't you, Warwick? Yes, certainly. Very well. Anessa, Warwick, you shall go with Runner to seek out Malroth and the others and bring them back to Moonbrook. Well, I wanted a voice that was distinct, but also understandable. Because as much as I'm proud of my particular dwarven accent, which I can do, truth be told, it's a little hard to understand, especially when you're trying to race through exposition. So I'm afraid we can't really go that route with it. So instead, I decided to make Warwick sound like a gnome! Or a Ferengi, if you prefer. It's okay, Warwick is a very lovely female! Wait. I should have just teleported her. Whatever. I mean, I know where I'm going, Jay Palmer, but the first time I played this game, when I didn't know the layout of the maps, yeah, absolutely. It's also accurate to changes in the terrain, which I think I've mentioned before, so that's always nice. Oh, good! I look away for 1 second. Oh yeah, the other knights have already super died. Speaking of which, so my brother-in-law is playing through XCOM 2 right now, right? And he's having fun with it, of course. He turbo-cheated from the very beginning, on my advice, actually, in order to kind of slam through War of the Chosen, because he's mostly just playing it so he can set up for Chimera Squad. He'll be playing Chimera Squad legit. Anyways, he and I were talking about the nature of how you get bored with stuff, and he came up with a great analogy, which I wanted to share. Most people like watching television. Most people don't get bored watching television, because watching television is a sufficiently broad category with a lot of different variety to it, right? But if you had to watch the same show over and over, you could still get on with that, depending on the show. But eventually you're going to get tired of that, right? And if you watch the same episode over and over, then it's going to get tired really fast. And that's kind of the point that I was trying to make there. XCOM 2 is honestly a really good episode that lasts for an entire season, to continue the analogy. So imagine watching a good episode over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. And when I say good episode, I mean good with flaws, because that's life. Dragon Quest Builders 2, by contrast, is a little bit more like going through a season of show, which is different episodes. Even though the same general stuff is happening, because you're watching the same show, and so eventually it would actually get tiring, the fact of the matter is, because there's a sufficient amount of variety and good design going throughout it. Now, I don't know if I buy that personally, because, frankly, I think that what really determines something getting boring or not is whether or not it's good, not whether or not it's varied. But it is interesting to think about. Either way, I'm not bored at all with this game. I hope you guys are. My viewing figures have been steadily going down, but that happens every time we stream a building game. That's normal. On Steam, not that much, because I've only played this one playthrough on Steam, so only 108 hours. Now, ask me about my Switch version. Actually, you know what? While we're at it, I wonder if it even tells me my save time. Let's see. It does not. Damn. Well, be assured, it's a lot. What would I guess at? More than 108. I don't know, what are you doing here? I thought I told you to wait back at the castle. They're all dead. Why, Darkrai? Yeah, the soldiers came here of their own free will. They came to fight and they died fighting? What? Oh, okay. If only their efforts were not so feeble, maybe they would have survived. It was their pathetic weakness that doomed them. You hateful. Cowardly. How dare you speak of the dead that way? There's no time for recriminations. The enemy approaches. I mean, granted, I would probably do that for $5 grand, Darkrai, but $5,000 is something I could use right about now. Please don't donate $5,000. That would actually be a record. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, this is a mess. Oh yeah, so I haven't mentioned this yet, but this is actually the chapter where we're finally going to stop using the needle. There's like a slow curve as it just kind of slowly drifts out of usefulness. Because the problem is, its usefulness is directly proportional to its relative DPS. AKA, you know, the instant kills and how long it takes for an instant kill to proc then determines your relative DPS. About half of it to Minuets. The other half I have to wait for a thing to happen. Let me explain this a little bit better, because I'm not explaining this as properly as I should. So let's say for a moment that I can, once every 100 hits, just kill something instantly. So that's still good against things that have really, really high health, things that would take more than 100 hits to kill. But for everything else, it drifts out of usefulness, specifically because of the fact that they're dying intermittently, infrequently. What I'm trying to say by that is that the enemies are staying alive longer as a group, and because the enemies continue to stay alive longer, they tend to cause problems longer. If you're doing a steady throughput of damage, then you can get rid of enemies bit by bit, the trash, in other words, and allow your allies to focus on the bosses. So even though technically you would be doing more DPS with the insta-kill proc on the boss, you'd be being more useful by killing the trash with a higher damage weapon. This is something that an enormous number of players in World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy XIV both do not understand. They think that just having the highest DPS is what matters, not the specific throughput of where you're using your damage. Alas, there's too many of them. We haven't a chance. Human energy levels depleted. Commence capture procedure. Prepare to execute execution protocol. Yeah, the Needle had a much better proc rate on the Switch version. Commander Consworth, sir. News from the front. There's an enormous Gooman army on the way. They're going to attack. Does not compute. There's no slime to explain. You've got to retreat and regroup. I'll finish off these Goomans. They're about to give up the goose anyways. Strategy recalculation confirmed. Retreat. Retreat. I'm not disagreeing with you, Taquata, but I do like to do my due diligence. You know me. But yeah, no, really. They really nerfed this damn thing. That kind of sucks. That was a close one. Don't worry, you're safe for now. I'll see you next slime. Thanks. Runner, Malroth, explain yourself. 3 good soldiers have died on your account. You may not shout your martial process, but you... What does it matter who's to blame? They were my friends. Are they truly gone? Never to return? Why, goddess, why? Cease your wailing, Warwick. There is no goddess here. Actually, not true. Well, actually, it's more complicated than that, but we'll get to that later. They will not be coming back. Yes, death is the end. There is naught beyond it but infinite nothingness. It is a fearful thing indeed. What was that? Who's that? It came from inside the chapel. Let us investigate. You go. I would not set foot in such a profane place. Gee, Malroth. Sister Esther, is that you? It is good to see you safe and well. Oh, thank goodness. General Inessa. Honestly, you gave me such a start. The gentleman over there told me to hide in the coffin, and I'm ever so grateful he did. Thanks to his advice, I survived that ghastly battle. Do you mean Malroth? Yes, he was leading a troop of soldiers. Are they safe too? It sounded like a dreadfully fierce fight out there. Goddess deliver us. How many souls were lost or like cowered in a coffin? What a wretched craven worm I am. They saved my life. It was only right I do something for them to resurrect them as the undead. Oh, sorry. Wrong game. Although... I have so many questions, but first I must lay these poor fallen warriors to rest. Would that I had the skills to do so. You're a builder. Heavens to be praised. We stand in a long forsaken land. No matter how many prayers we offer to the souls of the fallen, they will never be returned to us, but they can still be remembered. There's a graveyard. Would be ever so kind as to help me lay these soldiers to rest over there. Necromancers, listen, you can live again, or you can unlive again. It's your call. Yeah, weirdly enough, I actually agree with that, Darkrai, but... The problem is, and I agree with Decloida, I know, shocking. There is a bit of drama in this chapter. It's the big flaw with the chapter. Speaking of which, we're going to go ahead and jot down a negative for drama right now. God, imagine if digging graves was this easy in real life. Like, have you ever tried to dig a grave in real life? Let me actually step that back a second. Have you ever dug a hole in real life? People always underestimate exactly how much work that is. Yep. Imagine you just like, and it's done. It's a 10-foot deep hole. Oh, you need to fill it again? No problem. Done. Oh god, this is too much. Too much. Peace, Walwick. Their souls rest easy now. I would bid you do the same. Dash it all. Now, runner, I bid you bury them with earth or snow, that their slumber remain undisturbed. And we're going to bury Anessa down there, too. Well done, my lamb. Our fallen friends can truly rest in peace now. Is there no end to your talents, runner? You can even make graves! Ah, but its work is not yet done. I'll ask you to build 3 gravestones, so we might remember their sacrifice always. I've said this 1,000 times. These kind of things are for the living, not the dead. Gravestones are a good example of that, honestly. The dead don't care. They're dead. But the living, well, let's honor their sacrifice. Remember what happened for them. You get it. It is done. Finally, our comrades are appeased. Thank you again, kind runner. If you would join me in saying a prayer for the dearly departed souls. Hey, goddess, who can't hear us here for reasons that we're not going to get into right now. So I don't know why I'm talking to you. Speaking of savages, the monsters who attacked us were undoubtedly the servants of Hargon's heroes. Now that Munahan has fallen, they will turn their attentions to the castle. The combined forces of the 3 great generals, if they were to launch an all-out assault, Moonbrook would surely fall. Come, everyone. If you're finished with all this sentimental nonsense, let's return to the castle. Sentimental nonsense? What purpose do these monuments serve you, or me, or any other being still breathing? There's no sense behind them. They are nonsense. You monster. Oh, Marath, what has ever come of you? I thought you were a kind and gentle young man. I'm sorry. I don't know what I'm saying. Ignore me. Rana, it's high time we return to the castle. His Majesty must know what happened here. Let me come with you. I don't think I could bear to be left alone after all that's happened. Well then, let's friggity go. Biggity bounce. Ah, runner. So, what news of Munahan? Well, they're all dead. All gone. 3 of my royal guard. They died as heroes. I shall offer my own prayers to the goddess who can't hear me. If you'd be so kind as to bury the body of their brave messenger too... Yeah, I'm not doing that. It would seem that Hargon's forces are every bit as strong as I feared. But I've made a solemn oath to restore peace to my kingdom, and I stand by that pledge. We got this, yo. Meanwhile, at night, he's like, oh, yeah, kill me. Run of my lamb, thank you for joining me. I am one of your first people who has access to a frickin' heal spell. I never fell for the Children of Hargon's trickery. I have my dear grandfather to thank for that. He was a wise and insightful man. I believe in the power of creation. I shall become a builder like you. Do everything I can to help the suffering of souls. Blah, blah, blah. So yeah, healers. It's funny how much of a sea change this can be, having someone on the team who can heal. Probably Darkrai. It's clear to me now what we must do. I must lead my people into battle and defeat the monstrous forces. We will not be slaves to our so-called fate. But from what my advisors tell me about their military might, we must overthrow not one but 3 great armies. Yes, that, hey Reggie. Possible. With saves. The Air Force, and the Scare Force. The Fiends call themselves Hargon's heroes, just to re-emphasize the joke. Runner, hey Runner, I'm sorry about before. I don't know what was wrong with me, but don't worry, I'm feeling much better now. In fact, I feel great. Whoever these Hargon Zeros are, we're gonna smash them into dirt, I just know it. 4 monk challenge. That's the spirit, Runner. Malroth, even if half of Moonbrook soldiers have your Stoughton's heart, our victory is all but assured. Hear me, my people, this is a proclamation from your king. We must do Chapter 2. Kill these guys. Hargon's heroes will not be easily defeated. We'll need powerful magical weapons, plenty of them. The zap traps are a good start, but we need more, much more. Indeed, as such, Anessa, I would like you to work with Brunner to develop some such devices. Hargon's heroes, they're frightful foes indeed. Easier said than done. What are you talking about, the spy again? Some of our recent fortifications have been damaged from the inside. If that's not proof there's an enemy in our ranks, I don't know what is. Goodness me. Under attack from without and from within? We must keep all our wits about us if we are to emerge from this fight alive. Indeed, we must brave the blackest night if we ever see dawn. Here, take this vial of Yggdrasil dew. Thanks. Alright, everyone, let's show those bally monsters what we can do. For Moonbrook! Huzzah! Huzzah! Oh, it would seem the monsters are keen to prove their strength. Unless my senses deceive me, the army is closing fast. Looks like those monsters aren't wasting any time. Oh, hang on. Give me a sec, Malroth. Sorry. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 people who can fight right now. Counting myself. What do we got? I mean, careful sabotage done to look like it was an inside job is, you know, a tactic. Actually, that sounds kind of like a Hitman game, doesn't it? No, think about it for a second. Imagine that you're playing a Hitman game, and you're going through a section of, like, I don't know, a military base, and you gotta kill some general or some dude. And you're like, okay, I've got an idea. I'm gonna make it look like his own people are sabotaging him. I'm gonna make it look like it's an inside job, and he's gonna be like, ah, how dare you? And then we'll, like, plant implicating evidence on someone. And that gets that guy killed. Come on, tell me that wouldn't be cool. Then again, I am absolutely in love with the Hitman formula, so what the hell? Why not? Yep. And then, obviously, in that circumstance, ghosting would, you know, the ideal operation would be they literally never know you were there at all. They always think it was that one dude, and that one dude is killed by his own leader. Mission accomplished. He's dead. And yeah, if we add some, like, magic or fantasy elements to it, we've got all kinds of other tools to make it happen. Maybe we shouldn't give one to Anessa, because she's you know, a zealot, and, you know, obviously the traitor. Like, come on, game. Making it a little bit too obvious here. Is that everyone? That should be everyone. Okay. Looks like those monsters aren't wasting any time. So, yes, let's do it. Oh, but first there's something I gotta say. I'm sorry about what happened in Moonahan. Something just came over me. I wasn't myself. But I'm fit as a fiddle now. So let's go beat these baddies into next week. So now that we can't insta-kill. So you can see the downside of this approach, because we're not really hitting for a lot. The only thing we can do now is focus on the little guys. We just do too little damage to do anything else. Off for a second here, no reason. I didn't even see what hit me. The bunny was still attacking, or charging. You know, I also don't remember dying this often the first time I played this game. Then again, the needle was still working, so... Yeah, I've complained about this before. We really have no business actually being in battle. They do. But the problem is, if we do nothing, then our job is to do this. Well, all of the ballistas are currently taken. Yeah, like I said, there's lots of options here that they could have gone with, and they didn't. And I think we talked about this last time. This would have been one of my biggest wish list features for Dragon Quest Builders 3. Give us something less combat-y to do in combat. You can keep the mass combat. I'm fine with that, because it does kind of work for what it is. But give us something to build, or something to heal, or something to buff, or something to debuff. Or maybe even give us the ability to give directions, like, you know how we can do this? Maybe give us the ability to have, like, shortcut keys that allow us to give orders to enemies as they go. Oh yeah, by the way, you notice that's doing a lot more damage, like 10 times the damage it used to be able to do? That's because the damage of that combo attack is dependent on your weapon. So we weren't doing good combo damage. Or yeah, or literally just make us be playable as Malroth, which has also been suggested. So we just go out there with abilities and spells and beat the crap out of things. Instead of this. Hey, Triaxia. I mean, you'll notice the one and only healer we have is pretty much keeping up with the requirements of the damage they're taking. She just can't keep up with the damage we take. Keep in mind, our armor is only slightly out of date. It is out of date, I'll be honest, because I couldn't find any frickin' fur. This is the most engaging thing we can do, for the most part. Throw people onto beds. You can also go Pikmin with it. like pseudo RTS, not full RTS, just kind of give you like, go this way, come to me, attack that target, you know, stuff like that. Give the builder zap on recharge. Actually, that's not a bad idea. I mean, yeah, no, you're exactly right, Jay Palmer. Anyways, it wasn't easy, but we held our ground. Dashing, powerful beasts, weren't they? Yes, that was the Hair Force, I'm sure of it. Those fiends have hides tough as steel. Some say they're so strong they can tear full-grown trees from the earth, roots and all. If Hargon's forces were to fall upon us as one, there'd be little we could do to stop them. Our soldiers fought bravely today, but we cannot rely on effort alone. We need to find a magical means to fend them off. But what manner of magical weapon would be most effective against them? For all that, let's repair the castle. Okay. What? So the Hairforce strikes the first blow. What manner of... Sorry, wrong voice. What manner of magical weaponry might aid us in driving them back, I wonder? I don't know, but I do know it's only a matter of time before the fiends return in force. We should take this opportunity to extend our defenses, outwards this time. Outwards, you say? That might be just the ticket. We can have Hargon's army harried and haggard before they even reach our gates. I'll have the final design sent to you, Runner. We need some sort of gauntlet beyond the city walls, filled with spikes and snares. Now, defensive wars are losing wars and blah, 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 blah. But I do kind of like the fact that this is turned into a fully defensive engagement here. Because we're a builder. It's the focus of the game. So, of course, the primary focus of what we tend to do is building defenses. And that's pretty much this chapter's gameplay in a nutshell. That's one of the reasons I still enjoy this chapter, despite the drama that's already started to creep in. In the world? That's precisely what I had in mind. Excellent work, Runner. I presume those question marks are what you're planning to place with your wonderful new magical devices. Speaking of which, given the topics in thought, as I see it, we need to target our enemy's weaknesses. I think we have an idea of how to discover theirs. Well, while you two are busy dallying in the dark arts, we can make a start on erecting the walls you've outlined in your blueprint. Yep, poison waterfall. Let's do it. Okay, so yeah, let me go ahead and hit the chest. Which I got rid of because I'm stupid. There we go. Let's go ahead and get them started. Actually, yeah, I could totally see that, Zoctaft. I know, Darkrai. What? Meh. Oh well. See you around, Reggie. Wait. I don't remember where I was in stuff. Would you stop? Listen, Darkrai. Yeah, last time we actually spent quite a while on this castle. I think this was the island I spent the most time on, other than the main island. We're not doing that this time. Thank you, Dudatron. My sister designed them, but I actually helped her paint most of it. About a year ago now, actually. I'm gonna need more marble. Okay, hang on. Before we commit to that. But yeah, I've kind of deliberately left soil and dirt and just snow all over the place, because screw them. What am I missing? Cords! Cord and marble. A cord and marble. You absolutely can, Jay Palmer. You can turbo set up stuff here. Like, you can make ridiculous, just absolutely ridiculous levels of fortifications here. I should know. I did several myself. I mean, I'm not going to do that just because of time, Darkrai, but in my heart, I did that. We need more marble, and we need coal. I'm going the wrong way. Sorry, Malroth. That is a mower. The lawn people are here. Because most of the people in this neighborhood don't do their own yard work. They hire someone to do it for them. Which I'd make more fun of, but I at least understand the benefit of doing so. Now I'm going to commit the ultimate sin. You ready for this? For anybody who's played this game before, do you see all these blocks? I'm just going to leave them there. Forever! It would take me literal seconds to loot them, but I'm still not going to do it. I am not muted? I can see my audio showing up on the register. As I say, can somebody hear me? Am I here? Hello? Damn it, Darkrai. Darkrai's just... Oh, right, I forgot to get poured. Ugh. Darkrai's just mad that I wasn't looting all those blocks. And I don't blame Darkrai. Okay, I need cords. Ugh, I don't remember what cords are. Where's the quest? Where's the quest? You, quest lady. Zara. Anessa mentioned targeting our enemies' weaknesses. I wonder what they might be. I don't know, but I have an idea of how we might find out. One of the Hair Force's warships is moored not too far from here on the docks to the southeast. Warship? That sounds brilliant! About time we had to change the scenery. Staring at castle walls all day is driving me mad. Were we to sneak aboard, we could learn secrets. Very well. I will stay with Warwick. Someone has to oversee the construction and keep His Majesty safe. Good luck with the mission. Oh, and make sure to put stuff in the blocks. Yeah. I mean, I know my sister is, Pika. I'm not, because I don't know when I'm going to be able to play it, but someday, you know, someday. Okay. Oh, right. Before I forget. Good morning, the original Gamerhoff. I hope your day is going well. Get this way. Ba, 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 ba. Hello again, young man. Are those copper swords? Yes. Yes. Yes! Defuddle drops. That's my copper sword. Sword quota sorted. I might still be interested in trading if you have any better weapons on hand. Oops. So you need 5 iron broadswords. But I don't need nuggets of gold. Whatever. Why not? While we're here, we have infinite iron. So we might as well trade our infinite resources for a resource we do not have infinite of. Of course she does, Pika. That's why I got it for her birthday. Hey, look. More blocks. I could just pick those up. It would take me seconds. Just seconds to loot those blocks. But I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. Oh, that should be fun. You gonna do any planning out, or are you just gonna wing it? With regards to Resident Evil 1. Here you go. I'm always on the lookout for bigger and better weapons. Maybe we can help each other out again. Okay. Think a light RTS management sim that's a survival gatherer game, Darkrai. I think that describes it. 5 steel broadswords, which I actually have on me. Oh, an Yggdrasil leaf. This should be more than enough for now. Thank you ever so much for all your help. What's that? Why am I collecting all these weapons? Call me a worrywart, but I just can't sleep at night without an arsenal of deadly weapons close at hand. Oh, so you're an American. And now that I've completed my collection, I can get my 40 winks. Sorry, had to go for the low-hanging fruit on that one. Well, good luck, original game Roth. Is that one of the modes that has limited saving tape? You know, the printer tape? Let's see. I already did that, didn't I? I should do that while I'm thinking about it. Actually. Yeah. Let's do that. Well, I'm playing this on PC. I know it's on the Switch, because I own it on the Switch. I believe it's also on the PS4, and I don't know what else. Yeah, there'll be a negative to gameplay for Resident Evil 1. We gave that negative to Kingdom Come Deliverance. We're certainly going to give that negative to Resident Evil 1. Whoa. Where did you come from? No, because of limited saves. Like that. I mean, I'm pretty sure Kingdom Come Deliverance doesn't have tank controls. If it does, I've been playing that game very wrong. I don't know what you're talking about, Crazy Norse. Nothing is wrong here at all. Tank controls are so described because they control like controlling a tank. You have a mechanic for turning, that is to say, turning on place, and then you go forwards and back. So imagine if this was the only way to move. But yeah, tank controls aren't actually a negative. That is a true statement. We have given negative for tank controls once before, but that wasn't because they were tank controls, it was because they were awful. Yeah, exactly. Can we just have a little bit of quality of life? Just a little bit, that's all I'm asking. Yeah, the original Doom has tank controls. It always weirds me out going back to that, because I'm used to more modern FPS controls, and so I'm just like, okay. Gotta have that moment of, hold up. Actually, yeah, so here's a funny story. How many of you played Far Cry 6? The answer is, of course, none of you. But in Far Cry 6, you can commandeer a tank and have access to tanks. Whoops. Thing is, tanks don't control like tanks. They control like cars. And I know that sounds like a strange thing to complain about, but it really throws the hell out of me every time I see it, every time I do it. Because it's actually disorienting driving around in a tank as if it's a car. It also honestly limits the availability of the tank to be a tank, because how much you can rotate your turret versus how much you can drive is a little bit more limited because you're driving a car. So I agree. In some cases, there is actually a benefit to having tank controls. But like I said, tank controls are not a negative. Controls are a negative. We're actually pretty close to beating Far Cry 6. We've beaten all of the major bosses except for the PR lady. And then we'll go kill Espinosa. Who are you? What are you doing talking to me? One howl from either of us, and the whole Hargon's army will be here in an instant. And that'll be just as bad for me as it is for you. I'm a deserter, you see. I just couldn't stand being cooped up in that ship. You want to know more about this ship of mine? That's just over there. It's the flagship of the Air Force fleet. You want to head aboard, you'll have to be very, very sneaky. Once you've done whatever you do, come back and see me, won't you? I might have a job for you myself. I do like side quests. You know, it's really, really funny, because I was just challenging myself mentally to think of the worst tank controls I could think of. But the problem is I keep defaulting to Kingsfield 4, which we literally just played. So there might be a bit of recency bias there, but those controls were terrible. Just the worst. Oh, god damn it, Jay Palmer. Mass Effect 1. No, I think Kingsfield 4 was worse than Mass Effect 1. I think we can give it that. Burgers. We just found some burgers in some chest somewhere in the middle of a destroyed ruin. It did not, Lord Haremont. It did have terrible controls. So, you know, that counts, right? Mega Man Legends, yeah, also had tank controls, and I was not a big fan of them. Nowhere near as bad as Kingsfield 4, just, you know, not fun. Delicious additives. So, you know how I can always tell when someone isn't listening to the stream? It's when I say something, And then someone says, well, what about this thing that you literally just said? Oh god, I think I skipped ahead in the quest, and now I can't progress. I say it mostly jokingly, Crazy. It's amusing to think of it. Okay, so anyways. Hey! There's the ship! We found it! I mean, Blackrock Foundry is, unironically, one of the best raids in WoW. So, just top to bottom. Hey, what about that hill? We could glide onto the ship without being noticed. That's a great idea. Let me go back and do exactly what I literally just did. Thanks, Anessa. That's an interesting question. Do you mind explaining what the action cam is, J. Palmer? Well, no, not people drift in and out. Not everyone's paying attention all the time, and you know, some people have internet issues. Some people are distracted doing other things. There's actually a lot of reasons for people to not notice everything I say. That's why I say it mostly as like a light joke. It's like, yeah, haha, nobody's listening. It only really affected me, like, depression-wise, once. And I shouldn't have let that get to me the way I did. So that's kind of my fault. Ugh. Quiet. Let's hear what this fiend has to say for himself. I hate that stupid troll. He had to go and get himself killed, didn't he? Now we have to sail all the way to Moonbrook to finish what he couldn't. We barely made it here at all. That stupid storm tore a huge hole in the stern of my poor ship. Ah, I hate storms. And then I find this horrible little human stowing away, and I have to throw them in the brig, and I just had it cleaned. I'm having a real dog of a day. Stowaway? You must be talking to my man who's stuck aboard. The poor fellow must have been found out. We must hurry! I don't think I've ever used that, J. Palmer. In fact, I'm pretty sure I didn't know that that existed. Alright, so we need to get to there. Okay, we made it. We're here, game. We did it. We're here, game. Game! Game! Okay, whatever. This water's freezing. Makes you feel alive, doesn't it? I'm certain you have some unique preferences, Malroth. I'm so cold I can hardly feel my fingers. Humans, what are you doing here? There actually is the original Gameroth. If you type !next or !upcoming into chat, it'll give you a list. Well, no. It'll give you a link to a website, which will give you a list. We've been trying to make a way for it to pull information from the website and dump it into chat. It's more complicated than it sounds, so we haven't gotten that functionality working yet. Only a slime. Don't worry, I'll wring his neck before and be done before he can tell anyone we're here. Slimes don't have necks, you silly goose. Wait, is that you, Anessa? Long slime no see. Jeremiah? Thank the stars you're alive. I was sure those ghastly beasts had caught you. Runner, Malroth, this is Jeremiah. He is under my command, infiltrating the monster's forces. Alas, his mission has yet to bear fruit. What are you talking about? I've climbed the ranks faster than any slime in monster history. And the hold is tidier than ever now that I'm in charge of cleaning it. Whatever the case, we have no time to waste. We must find out what the Hair Force's weaknesses are. Perhaps I can be of assistance. Take this! Well, I'm not sure exactly when we're going to be playing Baldur's Gate 3. That's why it's not really listed there. I'll tell you when we're playing it. We're playing it on the 11th of August. But I don't know when that's going to be in the schedule. Contradictorily. I'll explain the particulars of how the mod works in good slime, in good time. For now, I suggest you try using it. All shall become readily apparent.
Yep.
What's going on? We look different. This is the power of the mod rod. As you can see, we use it to disguise ourselves as monsters and roam freely through the mist. Wait, the slime that saved us from the monsters. That was you, wasn't it? When one is disguised as a monster, there are many things one can accomplish. You can draw near to the enemy, talk to them, learn their strengths, learn their weaknesses, their secrets. There are disadvantages, though. For one, it's nigh impossible to fight as a monster. Should the need for battle arise, we would do well to revert to our true forms. Alright. Let's release the guy in the cell. Yeah, no kidding. We do have a jump animation. Oh god. Camera. Camera. Captain will be hopping mad if he sees you a lot away from your post. You're looking to end up in a cell or something? Of course we are. We wouldn't be talking to you otherwise, would we? Now shut up and get out of the way, you dumb bunny. Alright, please let me handle this. Whisper, whisper, mutter, mutter, mutter. What are you whispering? You want to hop into the cell, have a look around, and make sure it's dreary and depressing enough? That's nothing to be embarrassed about. Damn it, crazy horse. Go on in, but no funny business, or you'll be stuck in there for good. So, here's the bard. Oh, great and powerful Hargon, hear my prayer, save me from this wretched fate. We should use the mod rod again. Goodness gracious, who in Hargon's name are you, and how did you get in here? Ah, but where are my manners? Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Hayden, a bard. I snuck onto the ship to look for food, but the monsters had other ideas. We're searching for a way to defeat them. You must have heard them talking about this cell. Did they mention any weakness, anything they're able to exploit? Well, they're bound to have a secret, but my jailer is a tight-lipped sort. He never rabbits on about anything. If it's information you're after, the downtrodden and put upon are always the first to gossip. And a ship like this is bound to have dogs' bodies to spare. Maybe you can find one. Alright then, let's go. Please, I'm coming with you. Okay. Camera. If I haven't seen you around, you must be new here. So what if we are? Look, we just want to know what your weakness is. Are you going to tell us, or we're going to have to beat it out of you? Roth, please. Whisper, 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 whisper. One of the beware wolves has been making your life hell, and you want to know their weakness so you can get your own back? I like the cut of your jib. Unfortunately, I can't help you there. I might know someone who can, though. That poor Powie Yowie stuck in the afterdeck day after day would be more than happy to lend you a hand. Go up the stairs to the main deck, and then through the rear cabin to the afterdeck. The main heroes from Dragon Quest II are still out and about and active and honestly making the world a better place. I'm not going to answer any more than that for spoilers reasons, but let's just say that they are not absent from the narrative, let's put it that way. Oh, come on! Yes, Hargon, as a reminder, is extremely dead. I'm going to keep mentioning that because it's going to keep being amusing to me. Do the main Dragon Quest games follow each other? Okay, so Dragon Quest 1, 2, and 3 are all directly connected to each other. Dragon Quest 4, 5, and 6 are all loosely connected to each other. Dragon Quest 7 has nothing to do with anything. Dragon Quest 8 has nothing to do with anything. And Dragon Quest 9 has nothing to do with anything. Now, we've only had an 11 since then. So, we'll see where they go with 12 and or 13. Oh yeah, and then Dragon Quest Builders 1 is an Elseworld, and Dragon Quest 2 is a direct sequel to 2.
Yep.
Yes, is there something I can help you with? With a werewolf making life awful, you want to know his weakness so you can take him a lesson? Listen, I may be big and nasty, but I'm not nuts to nurture a grudge and seek revenge. Not like that scarewolf up on the forecast. Maybe you should attack him. He's the biggest, reddest, scariest chap on the whole ship. And yes, to continue my own terminology, Dragon Quest Builders 1 is an Elseworlds. Sorry, hang on, I'm using the wrong terminology here. Dragon Quest Builders 2 is a direct sequel. And to... Oh, for God's sakes. Oh, God, fine. There. Jesus, game. Get me out of this stupid frozen water. And to reiterate the definition there, for those of you who haven't heard me use that term before, a direct sequel is a sequel in which the events of the previous work are directly followed through on and are immediately relevant to the sequel. So, Dragon Quest 2 directly informs Dragon Quest Builders 2. Thank you for the sub, Original Gamerhoff. I do always appreciate that support. Thank you. If you want to put that towards up to 3 games, please let me know. There's exactly one thing I don't like about this form changey thing. The sprint button is the remove form button. You're new to the force, aren't you? How do you like life in the big leads? I hope you're committing plenty of evil deeds. Job's gonna be a cakewalk. Those pathetic humans in Moonbrook don't stand a chance against us. We can have all the fun we want. Enough of you. Shut up and tell us what the Hair Force's greatest weakness is. You got some spirit. I like you, so I'll let you in on a little secret. All of us in the Hair Force are covered in thick, shaggy fur. Keeps us safe in the storm, whether that's one of snow or one of swords, but there's one big drawback. If all that shaggy fur comes anywhere near a flame, we go up like a sack of kindling. Variants and ice will be right as rain, but bring a candle and oof. My goodness, Marvel, these are born in afternoon that I discovered in years. The information is useful indeed. We have our inspiration. Can we not talk about this literally next to the guy? Technically yes, Valton, but functionally no. The overwhelming majority of stuff you have access to at some point or another, and you can always go back to most of the islands. Go ahead and recruit Jeremiah here. Esther's alive, Jeremiah's alive, everyone's happy, yay! Hating the children of Hargon, becoming a builder? This old fellow must be out of his mind. Oh, Hargon, Hargon, hear my song, I'm still true to you. If you trust in Hargon, you can't go wrong. Do-do-do-do-do-do. And that's the only one I'm going to sing. All his songs are terrible. My ears, what is this awful cacophony? Are you monster in human form sent to drive us mad? Yeah. Anyways, so let me think about that. Yes, I would say Dragon Age 2 is an indirect sequel to Dragon Age Origins. Even though it directly follows the events of Origins, the events of Origins don't really matter for 2. The only thing they matter for is the fact that you're leaving Ferelden. That's it. Oh, we haven't figured out who the spy is yet. By contrast, Inquisition's events are directly formed by the events of 2. Although, kind of not at the same time. But also at the same... Inquisition is kind of a weird one, because Inquisition directly follows Origins and 2, but then goes off and does its own thing. I don't know, I'd have to think about that. Game, could you... whatever. Where's... Come here. Okay, we found the Hair Force's weakness. So you don't have to put everything towards that. When I say you can split it up, I mean evenly. So if you pick 3 things, all 3 things get the full sub. Make sense? You can just pick one thing, that's fine. I'm just trying to explain how the plural voting system works. Hi, Brigman. Hello, humanization. Give me a second. I never went... I heard that he went out for a walk and never came back. I'd never guessed he'd been spying on the enemy all this time. I've known the old man since we were both in Swamping clothes. I never doubted for a second he'd come back. The Lord Jeremiah went undercover long before you and Maroth arrived in Moonbrook. Now that we know the enemy's greatest weakness, his mission is finally complete. So tell me how these Sizz snares work. You consider that they can't merely belch scorching flames, I trust. The enemy would simply walk around them. I see. You have a mechanism whereby they only happen when you walk onto a switch. And yeah, Lunar SSSC is on the list, but is not funded, so... I mean, I guess Lord Harrimont? I don't know, because between Morrigan and the mirror and the thing with, what's-her-face and other stuff I'm trying not to spoil just occurred to me. I guess I kind of agree with you. I think I would, if you put a gun to my head, I would probably call Dragon Age Inquisition an indirect sequel to both of the previous, now that I'm thinking about it. Okay, let's throw this in here. That's it. That's not invalid, Blade Chaval. Although, obviously, DAI has its own severe issues, which I hopefully will be able to bypass, but, you know, we'll see when we get there. I have Earth. I do have Earth. Thank you, Cumanization. Sorry, getting lost in my builder brain. I do apologize. I will jot that down. For the Zelda block, which is actually just one thing now. So if you want to pick a third thing, you can. And the Kingdom Hearts block. Yeah, now that, the more I think about it, the more I think I agree with myself. I think all the Dragon Age games are indirect sequels. Certainly they follow the previous games and they have, you know, connections, but 2's story isn't really a direct follow-through of Origins, and Inquisition's story isn't really a direct follow-through of Origins or 2's. But you're right, they keep telling us 4 will be a direct follow-through of Inquisition. We'll see. Like, you remember how Inquisition started off as a direct follow-through of 2, and then immediately gave up on it in, like, one chapter? You got it, Cumanization. And thank you, Jay Palmer, very, very much. You got to give me a minute to look that one up. But first... Whoops. Let's write down Original Gamerhoff's other ones, which are going to be the Batman block. And Deus Ex Human Revolution. You got it. And now I've got to jot down... Yes, I know that you're mowing the lawn. Thank you. I mean, this game might actually beat 11 in overall score. They're both very long games, and they both do a lot right, and they both do a lot wrong. Well, they do several things wrong. Don't want to sound exaggerative. And Jay Palmer, I will put that towards the usual. 24, Ace Combat 5, and WoW Combat 2 Legion. Honestly, I hope you're not going to be disappointed when the Garrison actually gets positive, because it's going to. It's actually a valid point, Lord Harrimont. I will freely admit that I'll believe that it'll happen when it actually happens. I mean, my opinion on that hasn't really changed. Mass Effect 5... Mass Effect 5 and Dragon Age 4 both. We'll see. So would I recommend starting a mainline Dragon Quest before this, or one like this, or does it not matter? Oh, jeez. Okay, so I would say that if you, have a ton of money, or emulation, excuse me, then I would recommend starting Dragon Quest with Dragon Quest IV on the DS. Very specifically the DS version. If you like Dragon Quest IV on the DS, congratulations. You're probably going to enjoy the Dragon Quest series, right? Why the DS version? Because it's a proper remake. The DS versions of 4, 5, and 6 are proper remakes. Some of the better proper remakes in general in gaming. So, big recommend on all three of those. The problem is good luck getting a hold of them. They tend to go for a decent amount of money because they're system locked. They've never come out on anything other than the DS. And that turbo sucks. See you around, Gamerhoff. Good luck in Resident Evil. To my knowledge, the DS is not on the Switch. The Game Boy, NES, Super Nintendo, N64, and Game Boy Advance are all on the Switch, but not the DS. Oh. Who knows if they ever will be. Nintendo's a lot. Hey, look, it's a corpse. Anyways. Listen, I don't know what you're talking about, Crazy Norse. We here at the Lore Walkers absolutely do not endorse the cool crime of piracy. Anyways, so yeah, I would recommend starting with 4 on the DS. If you like it, congrats. You like the series. That is as seminal as it gets, and I would highly recommend just playing through 4, 5, and then 6. And then 7's a bit of a bulky boy. 8's pretty long, and then 9 is pretty good, and then 11 is the best Dragon Quest game for this one. Here's the thing. You'll notice I didn't mention 1, 2, or 3. That's because they kind of suck. I would honestly not recommend playing 1, 2, or 3 unless you're interested in the historical perspective. You know, where did the series come from? That kind of a thing. You can also watch my review of 1, 2, or 3 because we've actually reviewed 1, 2, and 3 in the current system. They didn't review very well. Spoilers. I think 1 scored the best overall. Anyways. Now you're probably thinking, well, hang on, what about the Builders games? So I can't in good conscience recommend the first Builder game because it kind of sucks. And it's just absolutely dwarfed by this one. Well, hang on. You said this game is a direct sequel to Dragon Quest II. Yes. So there's no nice way to say this. Your enjoyment of Dragon Quest Builders 2 is improved by knowing Dragon Quest 2. I don't think it's necessary, but it is the kind of thing where there's going to be a few moments and a few scenes that simply hit differently or have a different flavor or tone or whatever because you've played Dragon Quest 2. 10's an MMO. That's all I'm going to say about that. That should be enough. So, you can play 2 if you want to. I'm not 100% sure I would recommend doing so. Because 2 is the worst of the original trilogy. No, really. It scored really, really badly, and I stand by that. Yeah, if you really want to get the backstory on Dragon Quest II before playing Dragon Quest Builders 2, ask someone who's played it to give you a summary. It will probably only take them a few minutes. There are remasters of 1, 2, and 3, which is actually what we played. They're not terrible, but they're remasters. That's it. They're not proper remakes. They haven't polished up the gameplay or fixed the huge gaping flaws in it. They're just better. than the original NES version, which, frankly, is not saying much. Yeah, no kidding, Crazy Norse. We talk about going from Psychonauts 1 to Psychonauts 2, which was a hell of a jump in quality. But Dragon Quest 2 to Dragon Quest Builders 2, we'll be able to actually showcase the gap there, because we've reviewed both. Or we were about to have reviewed both. Oh, stretch. Oh, thank God for the good news there, Brickwin. I know that. I mean, my stepmom had pretty much the exact same thing happen to her. She had to have, I forget what it's called, carving surgery. I don't know what else to call it. You probably know what I'm talking about. Well, funnily enough, I literally just answered that 2 minuets. But I will go ahead and repeat myself, because as we mentioned earlier, it's perfectly understandable that not everyone's paying attention to me 100% of the time. So, to repeat myself slightly, I do think your enjoyment of Dragon Quest Builders 2 can be enhanced by the knowledge of Dragon Quest 2, but I do not think it's absolutely necessary. But yeah, if you're really curious and you don't feel like playing it, go watch my video, or go watch my rumination, or just go read an internet summary. There's ways to do this. Yeah, she's fine now. The incident I'm talking about was like 10 years ago. She's fine. They caught it early, they carved everything out, and then she had to have cosmetic surgery in order to, not be misshapen. But they did it. And she's healthy and she's happy, and that's awesome. If we don't learn why today, then I am doing my job incorrectly. Granted, I'm not going quite as fast as I could be, and I should probably... So while they're building, because that's what we're at right now, can I... A game that would force someone to play as a method of torture. So this is a good time to mention that I don't actually believe in torture. I think it's a bad thing. I know. That's a very just controversial opinion to take. I apologize for the hot take there. I know I probably just lost like 90% of my viewers. But cancel me if you must. I'm against torture. Okay? So having said that, if I had to torture someone, no, 2 minuets. I mean, you can. Like I said, 1, 2, and 3 are one series of games. They're all direct sequels to each other. But if I had to force someone to play a video game as torture... Ironically, I was literally thinking about Star Wars Bounty Hunter because of the physical pain it caused me. So, that's an interesting point, Lord Harriman. I don't recall having spoiled anything about Dragonflight, though. Other than talking about how dumb the main plot is. Either way, no is the answer. It's not immune to the no spoiler zone. In fact, it's arguably worse because it's something that's new. And people are still actively going through it. We do talk about WoW's story for 11. That's actually a good point. Generally speaking, the way my mind tends to work on that kind of a thing is if someone says, hey, can you tell me the lore of William Shatner's portrayal as James T. Kirk, then people who are like, wait a minute, I don't want spoilers for Star Trek can be like, hang on, he's talking about Star Trek, and bow out or mute. Because it's labeled, right? I know that's kind of a sideways gimme thing, and you're right, but it is a sideways gimme thing. The truth is, we're like, okay, let's talk about Sylvanas Windrunner and why you should care about her. And then I paused for a moment, and then I started talking about her backstory, it's pretty obvious that I'm going to be spoiling a decent amount about her story. Labeled spoilers are a lot more tolerable than, it was his sled, if I just say that out of nowhere, right? What am I doing? I'm building these. Having said that, part of the thing that tends to happen during the dead hours during streams like this is we tend to just kind of discuss whatever. I'm going the wrong way. And I don't think stopping that is a good idea, you know? So I'm probably not going to stop doing that. I mean, earlier we even had a bit, yesterday we had a bit where we stopped to talk about Star Trek extensively, and I actually asked someone in chat, who I know is going through TNG for the first time, to mute me for several minutes while I did it, right? It's like, hang on, just mute me for a bit, That was weird. I just high-fived the air. Gosh, Runner, seeing the blueprint was one thing, but now the Sith snare's in place and the whole thing is complete. These defenses are downright inspiring. Next time the Air Force comes knocking, we'll be able to give them a jolly good walloping. I'm almost eager to see them try their luck. And yet, Anessa still refuses to see the light, even after witnessing everything you've done for us. She's always been a stubborn so-and-so. Once she has her mind set on something, she'll never change it. I cannot help but worry about her, but you needn't. Please, don't hold her obstinacy against her. Don't worry, I think she's a stupid zealot to begin with. I don't need you telling me that. Hey, you. Jeremiah's alive, just as I long suspected, and the sly old fox had the whole of Moonbrook convinced he just upped and disappeared. It's experience to level the base, is the simplest way to put that, J. Palmer. In the main island, it's currency to unlock things, but in the story islands, it's experience. Anyways, what a shining example of a soldier. I must put all my soldiery search to the thing. I need you to come up with a thing. It's probably the room. Okay. Yay! A watchfire. Well, let's go make some watchfires. Yeah, if you look in the upper left, you'll notice we have 267 hearts to go before we level the base again. And now we have 243. What's wrong? I meant to ask Dakota, how far are you, since I know you're taking your time more than I am? Raven. Should get some breakfast. Our soldiers can muster by these torches and wait for the perfect chance to strike. It's an excellent strategy. Place the watchfires behind defenses. Yeah, so this is, I think, our second ability to direct our troops. I can't shake the feeling we're a couple men short. They may have simply deserted, but with all this talk of spies hiding amongst us, I fear a more sinister fate may have befallen them. Perhaps I'm jumping to conclusions, but nonetheless, I suggest you keep your wits about you. That's fine. Huh? Gadzooks. We've got monsters closing in fast, Runner. I think the Air Force are back for another piece of the action. Seems like they're ready to strike at any moment. What about you? Are you all set? Alright. Your traps will soften them up, and then I'll take care of them. Clobber every last one of them. So this is how the watchtowers work. They will actually move to the watchtowers, and then attack anything nearby, and then move back to the watchtowers. Oh, absolutely, Jay Palmer. It's probably not obvious, but our defenses are doing the bulk of the work here at this point. Between the ballistas, which admittedly have to be manned, and the flames, which actually do a stun effect, and then there's the barriers, which most of them can't even get past. Notice once a flame is activated, it travels along the line until it concludes. So you can kind of chain fire together there. See? Ooh, there. No, I think I would agree, Crazy Norse. We've always kind of dipped in and out of quality in addition to quantity of JRPGs with regards to console generations. Also kind of depends on your specific console. The Genesis wasn't exactly known for having a large amount of JRPGs on it. It had a few, the Phantasy Stars, the Shining Forces, but that's kind of it. Oh, I guess were the Ys on the Genesis? I do not, Dakota. Boss time. Mandrill, the Air Force's head honcho. I'm not arguing that, Crazers, but you get my point. You can see why people would look at the SNES and think that's the JRPG machine compared to the Genesis, right? Or how about the Xbox versus the PlayStation 3? Another example. Okay, we're gonna get out of that. Nope. We're out. We're just gonna be back here. Probably, Crazy Norse. PS1 had a hell of a library, and the N64 didn't. The N64 had a handful of really good games, and then a whole lot of trash. And, you know, unique stuff. I'll give them that. Yeah, you guys are gonna have to beat that without me. I'm gonna be over here. What I find funny is people keep asking me to review JRPGs on the PS1, and then I keep reviewing them badly. And then people look at me like, hey, and I'm like, what? What do you want from me? I mean, I know what people want from me. They want me to lie, but not a good liar, I'm sorry. And back out. Notice the healer's just keeping up with that. one healer. In the interest of fairness, most of my stream viewers are totally cool with that kind of thing. It's on the YouTube comments I tend to get people who are more like, "Rrrr." I don't want to sound dismissive, but I also think at least some of that comes from people who are essentially one generation younger than me. AKA people who grew up with the PlayStation 1, just like I grew up with the NES. Ooh, a new shield. Also true, Crazy Norse. There's a common trend. The ridiculous majority of people who do not actually support the stream tend to be the ones who complain about it. That's not hyperbole. That's just factual truth. The Hair Force cannot be defeated, not by the likes of you filthy, bald humans. Hey! You may have won the battle, but you won't win the war. Hargon's heroes will be victorious. Ugh. Death. We did it. We beat the Hair Force. Excellent work. Those Cisnes you made worked like a dream. Indeed, sure. Let's continue to seek out the enemy's weaknesses, that we win this war without a single sword being swung. Sorry to break this to you, Granddad, but these fancy traps aren't the end-all be-all. We're the ones who actually put our necks on the line to finish the monsters off. Be that as it may, every little bit helps. The Air Force and the Scare Force are still out there, and we need every tool at our disposal to lay them low. Before we get carried away planning for the next battle, let's see to the damage from the last one. I mean, obviously I don't want it to all be about the money, because I'm very against that mentality. But I do think there is a notable distinction between people who actually put something into the show, whether it's time or assistance or money, and people who, you know, are clicking through YouTube because they're bored. Hang on, something's not right. I can still smell monsters about. How can preserve us? Look, over there! You'll never hit us from down there, pathetic humans. I don't know, what do we do? What do we do? They die. Not so tough now, are you? You don't stand a chance against the Air Force. They're here already, but our preparations, we're not ready for another battle. Speak for yourself. I was born ready. Come on, Riddle, let's get him. Yeah, they just kind of ignore, like, all our defenses. I'm just going to be over here for no reason and say thank you, Kieran Elior, very, very much. I do thank you for the support. And it's fine if you lurk, and it's fine if you chat. We're good with both. That's how that works. You're always welcome to chat, though. We're cool here. If you want to put that towards up to 3 things for supporting for future streams, please let me know. Otherwise, thank you. I mean, I think there's a little bit, I don't want to sound too negative, ironically, about YouTube comments. Because, well, let me put it to you this way. Let's say that you're looking up something about Xenogears, and you're looking for someone to sit and chat and just gush about Xenogears for a bit, because you remember liking Xenogears a lot. On the one hand, maybe you just want your own opinions confirmed on the matter, which is absolutely not what I'm here for. But it's also worth noting that there's another layer to that. It's entirely possible that you're just tired and you don't really want an actual analysis or review. You just want to relive the good old days. And you're having a bad day and you just wanted to remember an old game that brought you some joy in your life back when your life wasn't quite so bad. So you go and you find some dude who's shredding Xenogears because it's a bad game. And then you're like, oh, wow, what the crap is this nonsense? I just wanted something to make me, like forget about it for a minute, or to remind me of something for a minute. So you leave a comment saying, you suck. And you get the idea, right? I wouldn't mind we will discuss Xenogears when we get there. Actually, literally, it's fresh in my mind because I literally was talking about it last night to a friend of mine. We will discuss Xenogears when we get there, and we will do our due diligence. But it's actually exclamation mark list Kieran Elior. That's true, Savaka. You're absolutely right. And that's why I say I do think there's a bit of a gradient there. There's obviously some people who, let's be honest, are just dicks. And there's some people who are just kind of bad commenters. But then there's people who are just like, this isn't what I wanted out of a thing. I'd like to say, exclamation mark list, Kieran. I apologize. I'd like to say that after 10 plus years, I think we're actually approaching 12 years of doing this now. I'm getting pretty good at telling when a comment is a troll, or when it's a jackass, or when it's someone who's just upset about something, or when it's someone who's having a bad day, but it's text on a screen. We're never going to be certain, right? Anyways, so they're flying. They flew right over our sisters and our gate. It was hard enough just hitting them. We need a strategy to handle them if they attack en masse. Yeah, exactly, Crazy Norm. When you talk of defenses, I mean, I'm criticizing this game, and I love the crap out of this game, right? I mean, if you remember, and this was actually funny, we pretty much started the Dragon Quest Builders 2 stream with, here's a bunch of negatives. Because we could front load a lot of the negatives we've already given. Let's get into her. Let's go see what she's up to, shall we? Aw, scritches for cats. And my fingernails are long enough for good scritches, too. I understand how hard this is for you, Esther. None of us wish to witness death. But we are at war. People will die. These men were prepared to pay the price for what they believed in. We all are. Isn't one of them a woman? Anyways. I know. Military. You refer to everyone as sir. I get it. They're dead. They're never coming back. I don't want to die. We have to win. No matter what. Runner, if it isn't too trouble, would you give these men a proper burial? We must learn from this tragedy. Let us add to our strength so that when the Air Force returns, we're ready for them. Vengeance will be ours. Well, I bring it up because that is actually military policy, and I don't want to get into gender equality in military, because that's actually a huge and complex topic. But I will go ahead and say that I actually agree with the idea of standardizing it when in a military combat scenario. The reason why is communication, by the way. It's much, much easier and quicker to go ahead and just line everything up linearly to make sure that communication is as swift and as accurate as possible, right? You don't want to be thinking, You want to be going, yes, sir, and that's it. That's it. That's all. We're done. We're good. It's the reason we don't say larboard and starboard. Literally, it's the exact same reason. Anyways, I'm getting off topic. Watcher, runner. Probably ain't noticed me before, what with me not introducing myself, but we've noticed you. Since we met you, we realized the children of Hargon are a bunch of rotters, and we want to help out in whatever way we can. So that rotten Air Force robbed us of 2 good soldiers, right? So we're thinking maybe we should make ourselves useful by learning how to fight. Especially if Vanessa trained us. But she's so fierce looking. She is pretty hot. You and her are mates, right? No, not like that. Do us a favor, right? What we have is purely physical. Sorry. Whoa. Put that down. By the way, fun thing, you don't actually have to bury those soldiers. And we never will. We're just going to leave them there to rot forever. Hello, runner. You're looking cheery as ever. Even among the horrors of war, you managed to keep a smile on your face. Well, what is it? What? The townspeople want me to train them into soldiers? Strange they didn't ask me themselves. Don't worry, I'm actually joking. My one true love is Malroth. Get in. Thanks for asking for us, Runner, and thanks for agreeing to train us. You ain't gonna regret it. And do not rejoice yet, just yet. I expect you to train as though your lives depend on it, because they do. Let's begin with 100 laps of the castle grounds. Oh my god. This may take some time. In the meantime, go do some quests. Okay. Recent events have served a stark reminder of the mercilessness of the monster's forces and the true horror of death. I will not give in to this darkness. I will escape this bally fate. Warwick lost his whole family to monsters. His parents, his brothers, his sisters, all slain mercilessly. It's little wonder he's keener than any of us to end this war. He hates death with a passion. Runner, if we're help to survive, let alone defeat them, we must add to our strength. Will you bring the build? Yeah, so we got a level, which we're not actually at yet. So we should have 2 quests. Yep, that's the norm. So hang on, let me write down Kieran Elior's things here really quick. Ooh, let me hit the right button. So we're going to go with the Kingdom Hearts block, Paper Mario, and the Origami King. And Chained Echoes. You got it. Thank you again, Kieran, very much. Ah, Runner, the thought of those 2 noble warriors giving their lives in heroic battle, it's too tragic to bear. No, Crazy Norse. But to die is a fate for all who live, just as all who live are doomed to eventually grow hungry. Why do people need to eat? Why hunger day and night? Life is so bittersweet when you really need a bite. Which brings me to our request. So we need to upgrade our cooking arrangements. We need a big table, a crock pot, a crockery, and that's actually it. Okay. That means we're going to have to expand this a little bit, because I don't think we have room. Yeah, we totally don't. Okay, so, do-do-do-do-do. We're going to make out the rest of the castle out of chalk, because I don't care. Oh yeah, what do you want? Chest, 2 barricades, 4 weapons. Get that in a minute. I mean, honestly, screw these people. No, I've never forgiven them. No, I never will. I need a soldier stew. Everyone's trying to sleep, and I'm sitting here, clang, clang, clang. What's that? You're trying to sleep? Clang, clang. Are you having trouble sleeping? Is there a problem here? Alright, boop, boop, and... Do I not have any raw potatoes right now? Oh, I didn't pick them up. There we go. Yeah, seriously, I don't need to sleep. Why do you need to sleep? What's your problem? I love how they all wake up in the middle of the night to be like, wow, that's really great, that thing you built, and then they immediately just go back to sleep. Can you imagine how it would feel to be able to just wake up and go to sleep on command like that? Because I can't imagine that. That's beyond me. Finished my training. Normally I'd have them do another 1,000 laps of the castle walls, but it wouldn't do for them to keel over dead before they have a chance to prove themselves in battle. Hold on, I feel different. They are now soldiers. Get in. Now we can fight like Annessa and Malroth do. Humph. They would take Malroth as their role model. Your friend is strong, but he is no soldier. His recklessness is a hazard to all around him, allies and friends both. You say he means no malice by it, that he has a bad temper but a good heart. I understand your desire to defend your friend, but I have an army to lead. Malroth's mayhem is a distraction at best, and at worst, he is a threat. I sense something about that man. Whatever drives him to these excesses, I can only hope he does not bring calamity to Moonbrook. Capital work. You built an armory. What a fine young man you are. You needn't hand out new swords to our soldiers one by one. You can put them in the chest there. This way, our army can quickly take advantage of your advancements in armaments. Speaking of warfare, I know you build as not born warriors. Do you not find the frenetic chaos of battle trying? I would stay away from the fray. So, you should probably stop fighting in melee. Good lord, how have you been following me for 4 years, Mr. Red? Also, we now have a ranged bomb, which is we're not gonna do. So look at that, you took the plain and functional kitchen and turned it into a beautiful castle cafeteria that really whets the appetite. No doubt the townspeople will be inspired to use any ingredients they find to do the thing that they've been doing for several chapters now. Speaking of Hargon, do you think it's true that one of his spies has infiltrated the castle? I hear fevered whisperings of treason and treachery, but what real harm has actually been done? If there's a traitor in our midst, they're not the most efficient fellow. What if they're merely biding their time until one day... Oh, my mind runs wild with the possibilities. Any one of us could be the spy. What if it were Warwick? He's so noble and unstanding. Suspiciously so. What about Zara? There's something curiously unassuming about her. What about Lord Jeremiah? He might be a double agent, turned by the monsters during his time among them. What? It could be me? Don't be ridiculous. I may be a devout disciple of the children of Hargon, but espionage is not one of my many talents. Listen, simply because Annessa is constantly telling us that Malroth is a terrible, destructive person who needs to be removed from the situation immediately unless he cause harm to my castle, does not make her the traitor. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Yeah, sorry. It could be you. It could be me. It could even be... Thank you, Mr. Red. For 4 years. So the anniversary sub is going to go towards Dragon's Dogma 2, the Doom Block, and the terrible, I mean, the Legend of Spyro series. You got it. Here's hoping I'm still doing this for another 4 years. Or take over the world. I'm cool with either, really. We could get on with game development. We can make movies. We can make shows. It'll be great. The castle's defenses are stronger than ever, and we're recruiting soldiers by the day. Our preparations to defeat Hargon's army are proceeding at pace. But I fear that some of our new recruits might need a little more combat training. I was wondering if you could build us a room to do drills. So we need 2 spears, 4 dummies, 4 fortifications. You got it. I even got a place already mapped out for it because I kind of already mapped this all out in my head. It looks like I forgot to knock something out. I'll fix that in a minute. Whoops, that's the wrong button. 6 years, Jesus. Ironically, that feels like longer. Behold, the greatest room ever. No, I'm joking. I mean, I've said this before, there is a legitimate possibility that we are approaching the range where we will still be alive when the human lifespan will be extended substantially. My generation might not benefit from that, but my niece's generation almost assuredly will. Now, the question is going to be availability and cost and all sorts of other things, but, you know, at least it's a thing. And we'll put it here, I think. There we go. That's a little better. I don't know why I was doing the other thing. Okay. Right. Boop, 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 boop. 4 years? Alright, fine, God. But only so I can make video games. It's the only reason. God, is that the original Dragon Age lore run? Because that was a minute ago. Or was that the Dragon Age review series, which was also a minute ago? Both of those predate the Oblivion line. What was I about to make? Oh, right. New armor. New shield. And a few new weapons. Oh, really, Mr. Red? I have got to know how that went. Because that was an interesting run. Not what I would normally recommend for someone to join my channel on. I mean, you know my problem. I actually talked about this during this very run. I can do coding design. I cannot do programming. I just don't know how to. Yeah, so these attacks we just kind of live with because there's just not a lot we can do about these. Not really. So... Notice how this changes out the dynamic of the level, by the way. We've spent pretty much the entire level, so we started off very much on the back foot with hardly anything, constantly being overwhelmed. We very quickly overwhelmed then did a little bit of expansioning, you know, reaching out of the world, getting some stuff done. Yeah, we did some things, we got some stuff done. Then we defeated our first major enemy, and now we're right back on the back foot, and we're right back to the point where the enemy is technically winning every encounter. Speak to people during a battle. Just gonna wait. I'm pretty sure I've seen at least one person who's played this game who's done that, who pretty much set up a roof, like, from the top of the wall there and out. To, like, here. I'm not doing that. There's the training room. Even if the spy doesn't get to us first. Not this spy nonsense again. Are you still going on about that? It isn't nonsense. The other night I thought I saw a monster inside the castle. What if one of our allies is really a monster in disguise? And that's not all. I found some marks on the castle wall when looking as if someone was trying to tunnel through from the inside. Either way, there's a monster. Either there's a monster in the castle or someone's working for them. I'm sure of it. So what? I don't care what they get up to in their spare time. It's what they do in the battlefield that counts. I'm not going to start second-guessing my fellow fighters. You think so too, right, Runner? Yeah. Oh, nice, Crazy Norse. I actually know one person who really built up the castle. Not too high. I guess that'd be closer to like 15 high, so that wall is pretty much the height of the entire castle. It was a thing. Yeah, I'm with you on that, Mr. Right. More soldiers, as it should be. And don't worry, I've already got weapons for them in the armory. But now we can make... a bunch of cosmetic stuff, including an actual throne, which we need to make soon. Did we get any medics? I don't see any medics over there. Hold on, we're gonna make... we're just gonna do this really quick. No reason. I love the first island. I enjoy the second island's gameplay. I love the third island's gameplay and some of the story of the third island. And then the fourth island, we'll talk about when we get there. Either want to ring the bell? We're with the children of Hargon, but we'll fight. Oh, never mind. Apparently the green ones are healers. And the blue ones get an AoE attack. While we're thinking about that. I'm not sure what to put that under. We'll put it under core combat, I think. I don't remember Dakota. Give me a second. I'll go look at the nun and ask and figure it out that way. And she is somewhere. There she is. Looks like no stripe. Okay, Savacom, when I said please don't donate $5,000, that doesn't mean you can donate $100. That's not how that works. Jolly good shout, Runner. Ringing the bell didn't just inspire the townspeople, it rallied new troops to the cause. Am I not concerned there might be a spy amongst their number? That's certainly a possibility, but the last thing we need is to start doubting each other. We have enough enemies as it is without making enemies of ourselves. Who is our enemy? Is it enemy, or is it any you? Please stop singing terribly. Who should we trust? Who should we hate? Find out we must before it's too late. Anyway, if there's one person I trust, it's you, Runner. I hope you can trust me, too. You notice Warwick is universally the more, I don't know, level-headed, has brain. Anessa just has a giant stick up her butt. I have little doubt who our next enemy will be. Air Force. We must find a way to defeat them. No, Shadow Machine, no! Time grows short. You and Anessa must find another weapon for the Air Force. Indeed, the fiends fly right over our current defenses. Oh yeah, she's also the one who's the devout child of Hargon, who insists that her convictions in blah 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 blah. We have to identify their weaknesses and modify our fortifications to take advantage of it. But before that, let us begin by laying out another blueprint. Yes, we must lay it out. And I'll see what Savacom donated for here. Way too much. Oh, Savacom, since you have a horse in this race, what do you think about adding 2 to the Breath of Fire block? It's something that's been chewing on the back of my mind. As much as that game sucks, and it does, getting a modern review on it would certainly be interesting. And it would be the original version, not the fan retranslation. We'd also just cheat our balls off at the very beginning of the game, because I played that game a lot. I can speak to it without actually having to play it legit. Finished already? Goodness me, it's enormous. You certainly don't waste any time, do you, Rana? The locations marked with question marks are for your new anti-Air Force device, just like when you left space last time. I'm going to sing badly. A lead. Ask him what it means by that, would you? The townspeople and I will start working on the blueprint. You go do the new quest. I have traveled to every corner of this island, bringing my blessing of song to every far-flung region and bringing up a lot of incredibly useful information on the way. Yeah, no, I know Breath of Fire 2 perfectly well. I don't have to not cheat to explain just how bad that game's gameplay really is. I can explain in detail how bad that game's gameplay really is. Badly balanced. It's bad in terms of grind. It's bad in terms of slog. It's bad in terms of boring. It's got the Infinity Dungeon. Come then. We must infiltrate the enemy forces. But before we go... Oh, wrong way. The wrong way. I know. It's really funny because for the longest time I remembered Breath of Fire 2 fondly, and it's so easy to see why in hindsight, right? There's potential on display, and there's some interesting narrative bits. It's just, oh my god. Well, again, because Breath of Fire 1 through 3 is one cohesive line, whereas Breath of Fire 4 is its own unique thing. And, well, Breath of Fire 4 is also long, whereas Breath of Fire 2 will not be, especially since we're cheating right out of the gate. God dang it. Off 2 does have good sprite work, and surprisingly good music, considering how bad the music is. Breath of Fire 2 is one of those cursed games, where occasionally the music just bops. And then there's the dungeon theme, which you hear for a huge portion of the game. Like, just tons and tons of hours listening to... And that's the song. I'm not joking, that's the song. Oh no, the Infinity Dungeon song is much worse than that. So much worse. Oh, 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 and there you go. There's the Infinity Dungeon. Points if you get it. That's the version we played last time, Crazy North. It's better. And it is. Like, I don't want to sound dismissive. It is better. Oh, wow. We need a lot more marble. We need to find that other marble fissure. I believe so, Crazy Norse. I could be wrong. Marble. Oh gosh, we discussed several things, actually. Not the least of which, the meaning of life itself. And also another round of, how did you find the show? Which comes up every now and again. Listen, abilities are for Malroths, and that's it, actually. We're gonna be here in a minute. We need a lot of marble. Like, there's actually another thing we're gonna need of marble after this one, so we might as well just carve the hell out of this while we're here. God, could you imagine doing this by hand? Poke, 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 poke. This ability right here, by itself, makes this game better than Minecraft. I'm just saying. Okay. That should be enough. Hopefully. Might actually not be, but we'll figure it out. I actually knew about that, Crazy Norse. And yeah, it's kind of funny how we track things sometimes, right? Yeah, let me just make 840 blocks of castle wall here. Jesus. Gonna keep leaving those bodies just, you know, there. This and this, and that should be everything. Okay. Okay. Oh, yeah. We've actually been here already. Because, you know, why not? It's a beautiful stinking swamp through here. It's a great place to relax, and enjoy the fetid aroma. Or at least it used to be. Now it's full of squawking, nattering bird monsters. Ugh, I can't stand it. Birds, am I right? Also, this is where we can get some poison. This is now the best game ever. Listen, Savacon. It's definitely not Anessa and her constant yammering about how stupid she is. Hey you, what are these slackers doing wandering around? If you've got nothing to do, I'll find something to keep you busy. Go find more furry feathers. If we don't have enough, a particularly blustery wind would be all it lose to leave us completely. That's hard to do. Yeah. A particularly blustery breeze is all it would take to leave us utterly helpless. It's funny they think the same thing that can throw up the greatest gales also soothes the strongest qualities. Recently, they've been growing darker by the day. If a whirlwind whipped up while we were in the air, it'd be curtains for us. So, yes, you need furry feathers. The other gremlins would have collected their quota. Why don't you go bring them back? So the Air Force are vulnerable to winds, huh? I never could have figured that one out. I wager you could build something rather interesting with these. Let's follow their instructions. I think I agree. Oh, excuse me. You know, I just realized even saving is better in this game than in most Dragon Quest games. You can save anywhere, and it only takes a few button presses instead of 7. The feathers are in the swamp. The deadly poisonous one. What are we waiting for? Let's dive in. Wait, Malroth, we need not dive in. We can simply drain it with the pot. Yeah, but he can't use his tools when he's a monster. Very well. I don't think I'm making much of a dent here. Okay, let's get up out of the poison here for a second. Oh god, I can barely see in this nonsense. Hey, there we go. There's 2. What? Isn't this like one of the rarest outcomes? It's... Sure. Why not? Out again. Leave them over here. Dancing Girls located. Operation success. Overflow error in happiness management coroutine. Greetings, Dancing Girls. Please accept gift. Dancing Girl beauty confirmed. Inspiration obtained. Hopes initialized. Dreams allocated. Thank you, Dancing Girls. Oh god. What's the name of our squadron? Is it the Care Force? No. Was there a commander of Howie Out? Yes. Okay, I can brute force this eventually. what? Hang on. I thought I literally just picked this. Like, seriously. It was no, no, yes was the next one I picked, and yet for some reason... Whatever. I swear I just did that one. Whatever. Did provide your attention to collect further? Certainly. There's some in the throne room. Say, what a bunch of winged with wonder like you're doing in the Air Force. You can't even fly. This is all very fifth to me. But if my throughput everything, everything's above board. Give me a second. I'll unlock the door for you. Thanks. There you go. Yeah, sure thing. Wait, is that? It's a mirror that shows your true form. Huh. Convenient. What's going on here? You find a furry fledgling. Oh my god! Humans! Deep! 5! You won't get away with this. Well, that's dealt with. But why would we change back into humans all of a sudden? It's Ra's mirror. Legendary looking glass is said to reveal the true form of all it reflects. I thought it was lost forever. I never imagined monsters had it all. Okay. So yes, let's take back. Let's let Anetta take the mirror. That sounds like a safe thing to do. Okay. I suppose leave. Whoops. Whoops. We turned into dancing girls instead of, you know, what I was trying to turn into. You collected them. Excellent work. Just in time. Suffering succotash. It's a tornado. We're too late. No! Oh, that whirlwind really was something. We're lucky we didn't get blown away ourselves. That would be really funny, Bragwin. I mean, they're all people who are followers of Hargon, and they all want to perpetuate the war, so... Like, something doesn't feel right here. Oh, Runner, thank goodness you're here. Something terrible's happened. What's going on here? Are they dead? Slain in the night and buried, they bear wounds from a sword. Not one of the monsters, one of our own. Then it's true. A monster hides among us, a fiend disguised in human form. But if so, how in creation can we hope to find the perpetrator? If only we had Ra's mirror to dispel the illusion. God, is that Ra's mirror? Quickly, let us use it to show our traitor. This is rum business, but we have no alternative. We cannot be sure until we have checked every last citizen of Moonbrook. You seriously going through this? What is wrong with you people? Don't any of you trust each other? Seem almost strangely opposed to finding the spy, Malroth. Almost suspiciously so. Yes, we're secretly on Mulberry Street. Enough, you two. This is exactly what the enemy wants, to sow the seeds of doubt and distrust amongst us. All must gaze into the mirror, including you, Malroth. Come, Runner, use the mirror. Well, let's just use the mirror and see what happens. I see my own face. Because that means I'm not a monster. What a relief. So let's be clear. If there's a traitor, a mirror won't help. Because that's not what a traitor is. A traitor is a person who has betrayed. It'll show a person. Like if I do it on this person, it'll be like, ta-da! And that's it. That's it. There's nothing there to it. Now, if there is a saboteur, sure. Yeah, this will show an infiltrator, not a traitor. Big difference. Shows nothing but a reflection myself. I think that should be enough to clear me of any suspicion. Malroth does not have a reflection. Is it supposed to think you show your true form? It's not showing anything at all. Which has some interesting implications. More to the point, why did you do that? I guess you don't trust me. I thought we were friends. And this is when the negative for forcing us to go along with this starts to rear its ugly head. Even this by itself is irritating, and being done for drama. But this is only the beginning. These three are who they claim, though quite what Malroth's lack of reflection heralds I know not. Now, hold the rear, and yeah, so a few other people.
Yep. Yep.
Honestly, yeah, I probably wouldn't give this a negative, if not for the fact that this is not the end of it. It's the same problem with Chapter 2. Oh no! Infiltrators. Yeah, you totally got this fight, being completely surrounded by heavily armed and armored soldiers. You're dead. Turbo dead. That's that. Thank you, Runner. No longer will we be forced to suffer the monster's malicious machinations. It's chilling to think the fiends have been living among us for so long unnoticed. I trained with them, worked with them, ate with them. They were plotting against us all the while. Well, whatever. The saboteurs have been dealt with. Now we can rest easy. Your Majesty, I would urge us to remain vigilant. It was not only the shadows of monsters we glimpsed in the dead of night, but of men meeting with them. Ulrich is right. I think it would be wise to conduct periodic checks on the citizenry. To that end, would you entrust the Rosmere to my care? No. I understand your reluctance to part with such a treasure, but as commander of the forces, I am best placed to... Would you not agree? No! No! God damn it, no! Okay. But thou must. Thank you. I will make good use of it. I will do everything in my power to ensure the monsters do not infiltrate again. Thanks, Anessa. If you'd be so kind, would you bury our companions? Nope. So, we found a weakness. We can build a new thing. So she told me that the people were stabbed in the back from a sword from our very own armory. Certainly they could have been slain by a monster disguised as a man, but could it not have also been they were slain by a man who'd been turned by the monsters? There may still be a traitor among us. You have all the knowledge you need to complete the blueprint now, but watch your back, Brunna, lest you be stabbed in it. Oh, listen, I tend to wear my biases on my sleeve, Savacom. Not just because I'm terrible at, lying, but also because I feel like it's the best way to acknowledge my own biases, especially when it comes to trying to be as fair as possible for a review. If I know I'm biased about X, Y, and Z, I can try to avoid it for review purposes. At least try to. Now we play the rating game. Because it takes time, Von Falkenstein. Do I look like I have time? What? Okay, fine. I'll go bury them. I don't remember where their damn corpses are. There they are. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Whoops. There we go. They are buried. Any questions? And buried. You happy? Do you have one of those sensor things, Bregman, or like what am I missing? Oh my god. Interesting. Now that would be an interesting mechanic. Imagine, okay, hear me out for a second. I know, Lich King, Necromancy. Just bear with me for a second. What if the specific way in which you bury or surround or otherwise deal with corpses changes what type of undead they rise up into? So you could have a builder necromancer game, right? So you're like, okay, I'm gonna like make a pit here, and then fill it with fire, and then they get raised up as like ash shadows. Or I'm going to set up like a specific, I don't know, like a mathematical pattern which is filled with ice, and then I'm going to surround that ice with obsidian, and it all forms to make an ebony lich or something like that. You know, just random ideas. Well, picture kind of an amorphous blob thing moving forward in the air made of hovering ash. And you've kind of got it, Jay Palmer. I actually even remember what game that's from, but it's a form of someone who died while being burned to death. And they're a type 2 undead. They got back up because and yeah. Okay, build it up. The best part is if you set it up right, like as heroes and adventurers are coming to attack you, you can set up traps in the form of things that would raise them in particular types of undead, right? So while the adventurers are attacking you, they could be raised into undead forms during the attack and immediately turn on their fellows. Kind of, Savacom. Dying sucks, and the dead should be taken care of. Now, obviously, that's a little bit more of a thing in the realm of fiction than in the realm of reality, but you get my point. You probably haven't heard me, but lately a common topic is why people who have their souls detached from them become evil in the Warcraft setting. And it's not because losing their souls makes them evil, contrary to most fiction. It's because they go through hell. It's because they're not taken care of, right? And it's awful, and it's terrible, and they're abused and misused instead of taken care of. So, yeah, no, I do think the dead should be taken care of. Speaking of which, is anybody going to watch the new TMNT movie? Spiffing work on this blueprint runner. With the whoosh widgets in place, our defenses are complete. I like the ferocity of that no, Savaga. The whirlwinds those devices send forth will pluck the Air Force from the skies and throw them at our feet. Which means there's a concern, but so is Malroth. Why did Rosmir reveal no reflection of him whatsoever? I know he's your friend, but there's something inhuman by that man. I cannot help but feel unsettled in the presence of the best character in the game. I know what unsettles me, the thought of the people of Moonbrook doubting and distrusting one another. Questioning the townfolk's loyalty would do exactly that. If there's a spy amongst us, we may have no choice but to wait for them to slip up. What's going on? Are we under attack? Yep. Round 2 of 5, I think. I guess round 3 of 5. Excuse me. Gonna get the Air Force's attention. Let's do it. Let's hang back and let them do it without us. I just want you to know, when you used that mirror on me, it really hurt. But now's not the time to be talking about feelings and stuff. We need to get out there and clobber those monsters. Just remember, they might be tough, but if you want some suckers smashed to smithereens, I'm your man. Don't forget who your friends are, eh? Yeah, you'll notice I just kind of skipped over some of the dull dialogue there, but I wanted to make sure to read that part, because god damn it! No, by the rules of the setting, the Flying Dutchman people are totally dead. And speaking of being totally dead, honestly, we got a pretty good view. We're just gonna chill for a minute. I want all of them, Zakta. Do we have any details, Bregman? Great. Peekaboo. And back to our perch. I can remember, there it is. Well, I suppose while this is happening, I'm going to go ahead and jot down my thoughts. I think we can fairly say this is already a negative. We're already giving a negative for the drama. What do we give a negative for the fact that the game's forcing us into this? I feel like we've set down precedents for that, but I don't remember if we put it into gameplay or story. Does anyone remember another game we've covered that does that? Yeah, the forced stupidity thing. Because it's kind of a combination of gameplay and story. And it's not as bad as it could be. As I mentioned yesterday, if this was a game all about choices, it would be much, much worse. It's just still bad. despite the fact that it isn't. You're right, Savicom. The main problem here is the fact that this is bad writing. The fact that we're being forced to go along with it is an extra layer of irritation, but the core issue is bad writing. I think I could agree with that. Anybody else have any other thoughts? I mean, Crazy Dark says, I object! No negatives to the game ever! And I'm like, okay. For every negative I give, it'll cost you $5 for me to get rid of that negative. Oh my god, could you imagine a system like that? Although, the Air Force's awful admiral. That really does sound terrible, but here's the really awful thing. What do you want to bet there's already a system like that in place? Not like what I do, but more like, you know, IGN charges more for a positive review of a worse game, right? Like that kind of a deal. Because, yeah, that would make a weird amount of sense, right? Like, you want me to give a positive review to Kingsfield 4. That's going to cost you more. And yet, Savicom's correct. In several GDQs, some of the incentives, usually for the awful block or for really terrible challenges, like really arduous challenges, the price is much higher than other stuff, that, you know, stuff that people actually want to see. There's a weird logic to that. GDQ stands for Games Done Quick. I'm literally wearing a GDQ shirt right now. It's a charity speedrunning marathon, which has gained a huge amount of momentum over the last, 12 years at this point. They speedrun and they raise money for charity. That's pretty much the simplest way to put that. Simplest and easiest. I'll say, at this point, most people have heard of GDQ. They've long since drifted into popular consciousness. I don't want to sound like a hipster, but I've been following GDQ since before they were called that. Which one, Savicom? Speaking of which, my shirts from this year aren't here yet. Grumble, grumble. You want to hear something funny? When I ordered the shirts, just as a safety measure, I had them to be delivered here. This was obviously before I knew I was going to be moving. Because the thought was, even in the worst case scenario, I come visit every week, so I'd still get my shirts. So they are coming here. At this point in my life, most of my shirts are GDQ shirts. That's not a joke. They're comfortable, they fit well, and they're cool, so. Yay! I have no problems with wearing a Kirby shirt, you know what I mean? Ooh, a Fireblade. Oh, gotcha, bro. I mean, every charity in the world has some issues with it, like all of them. But I firmly support both the Prevent Cancer Foundation and Médecins Sans Frontières. So, definite support on both of those fronts. Jolly good show. We couldn't have done it without your whoosh widgets. But the war's not won yet. We still have the Scare Force. Speaking of which, let's get our repairs done. I have too, Savagam. In fact, I think I've mentioned this a few times before. So much of my family is on the medical side of things that several of my family members have donated time towards Médecins Sans Frontières long before GDQ ever existed. Sorry, Crazy Norse. Yeah, Doctors Without Borders. It's stuck in my head that way because that's what everybody called it. So it's just kind of... You know how it is. You get a name stuck in your head and it's hard to get it back out. So this is the Scare Force. High level, high armor, and completely just... Look at that health. Look at that health. Completely ignoring our traps. So we're just gonna chill. We're gonna eat a burger. I could go for burgers right now. I'm not gonna. I've got other things to do for lunch. Probably, Jay Palmer, but at the same time, maybe not. You only have a finite amount of room to work with after. You can only put so many traps per square, right? Dude, I make really good homemade burgers, I'm just saying. And I have access to a proper smoker and grill now. So... Aww. Could you show me a picture of that, Savicum? I'd love to see it. Yeah, usually I bake my burgers in the oven, because that's what I had back at the apartment. But you give me a grill, I'll show you a burger. It was a hard battle. We finally managed to lay them low. It must have been a Scare Force scouting expedition. The beasts barely flinched when they hit our zap traps. If they were attacked en masse, we would have no hope of stopping them. Do not fret so. I have the answer to your woes. You must go straight to sleep. Thank you, Your Majesty. Truly, your wisdom knows no bounds. Same for you. Go to bed. Mwahahaha. You have a gift for me, I see. Once again, you prove your usefulness. Thank you, Father. But 2 of Hargon's heroes lie slain. Their forces scattered to the wind. Verily, the 2 you spoke of are irritations indeed. The accursed Builder and Malroth. Still, it is as you say. No matter how hard they fight, the humans cannot escape their fate. When doomsday comes, death awaits them all. Please, Father, spare me from this fate. Let me live. Lord Atlas makes his way here as we speak. Should your efforts continue to yield results, he will surely grant your wish. Barbecue and board games? That sounds awesome, Von Falkenstein. I wish I could do that. Instead, I'll be playing this amazing video game. Ugh. I've been thinking, from whence do our beliefs arise? They say the teachings of the children of Hargon are absolute, but no knowledge one discovers is ever absolute. Were they not revealed to us, but imposed? For so long we of Moonbrook believed it our sacred duty to fight forevermore, but if this were not truly the will of heaven, and merely a rule set by another, then Hey. What are you 2 lovebirds nattering about? Ah, forget it. Come on, Warwick wants to see you. Ow. I was trying to... whatever. Ah, Runner. We must begin work on a new magical weapon if we hope to mount an effective defense against the Scare Force. But before that, I think it's high time you gave the Builder's Bell another ring. Oh, right, okay. So, we need about 300 hearts. Yeah, Zooks, we've given them a good, jolly good hiding. All that remains is the Scare Force. Soon enough, peace will reign. He's a good man of the people. He's a symbol. He deserves a throne. Give him a better throne. Okay. And 4 banners, and a brace of braziers. How much is a brace? Whatever. 4 banners and a brazier. There are... God, I'm sorry, I don't know. I mean, barbecued board games sounds like fun, but you know what sounds even more fun? Eating barbecue and making barbecue while playing board games. I need cotton. Fortunately, I actually know a source of cotton. There's a corpse. Still not burying it. That is true, Crazy Norse, and it's all for nothing. I'm sorry. You know, funnily enough, my least favorite thing to grill is steak. Don't mistake me, a good steak is nice, but steak is extraordinarily easy to screw up. And, I mean, I don't know what else to add to that, honestly. By contrast, there's a lot of other foods that's not only easier to do well, but tends to be better improved by the inclusion of grilling, in my opinion. So yes, you can get cotton from monsters, but I actually forgot that there's cotton plants on this, so... We're just gonna go ahead and grab a few of these. Oh, and before you ask, flank. I prefer flank steak. See, I've never actually screwed up a brat, but maybe I'm just awesome. I'm just the best, you know? I'm just the greatest at everything. By contrast, what I have absolutely screwed up is plain old hot dogs. Which makes me the worst, terrible, and have no idea what I'm talking about. So properly cooked steak. So let's get this out of the way. A really properly prepped and cooked steak needs to have something added to it. What that is varies, and there's lots of possibilities there, but it does need something added to it in order to make it better. So let's start with that. Either a good basting, or a good rub, or something, right? That's step 1. Step 2, ketchup. You need to have steak with ketchup. Any questions? The second thing is you need to get rid of the gristle. I hate gristle. Anybody who was there for the Wild Lore run, you know, the big one, knows that one of the big examples we kept using constantly in order to explain why I don't like padding and grinding in video games is I compared it to gristle. Fat in a steak is a good thing. I know that sounds strange, but it's true. Fat adds tremendously to the flavor of the meat. Although, even that can be overdone, obviously. But gristle is universally bad. Gristle just has no flavor, gets in the way, and changes the texture. It's awful. I hate gristle. What am I doing? Yeah, it's the naughty, chewy stuff that's just like, bleh. Now, I know I'm a little bit, you know, more sensitive, terrible, pathetic than most people. But the truth is that gristle will actually kill my appetite just instantly. Like, if I'm biting into a nice steak and there's a bit of gristle, I will have to legitimately take a moment to recover and be like, hold up, hold up. Because that's just, it will destroy my appetite immediately. Why is this not done? Oh, it needs to be enormous. Yeah, I can do that. Yeah. Thank you, Dakota. I couldn't actually remember what crystal was made of. I just remember how it tastes, which is not good. Yeah, honestly, and I mean this with sincerity, there's fancy rubs, and fancy rubs can be good. But honestly, just a plain old salt and pepper rub is awesome. Come on. There you go. I have to be in the mood for A1, but I do agree with you if I'm in the mood for it, G-Juice. I've actually heard, so we actually have powdered Coca-Cola for steak marinade, and speaking from experience, it absolutely works really well. The reason why is primarily because of the sugar. Sugar actually is a really good thing to add to a steak rub. Speed this up a little bit. So, the brave soldiers who lost their lives in defense of our home were fully aware of the risks, but now they may find peace that they were denied in life. To this end, please build a chapel. Okay. I hope so, Zach Deft. I mean, that'd be awesome. Yeah, exactly, Bragwin. Beer and herbs? I don't dislike beer when used properly as a marinade. It adds a decent amount of background flavor to it. I will admit I prefer wine if I'm going to add an alcohol marinade. I'm probably going to use wine. But we also used something really, really basic recently, which worked astonishingly well. Red wine. So we had that Coca-Cola powder that I just mentioned, and we got really, really basic yellow mustard, which I know sounds like a strange choice, but just basic yellow mustard, and just rubbed all the meat, it was just ribs specifically, all the meat all over with just the yellow mustard, and then patted it down with the actual Coca-Cola rub, which also had some salt and pepper in it, on top of that. And I never would have thought that, because anybody who knows me knows I'm not a fan of yellow mustard, but the yellow mustard served as like an adhesive agent to the rub and pulled the rub's flavor into the meat more. So it was just there as glue, essentially. Worked really well. Okay, so we need... Oh god, we need all kinds of stuff. I think we could still make them build this. Why don't we do that? Let's make them build. They're even clearing for me. Thanks, guys. Yeah, you can even do that. See, now I'm thinking maybe I need to get some good cuts of flank and make a steak for my next thing. So the way we do it here, as part of like a family thing. So dinner is usually a family gathering event here, which I'm totally fine with. And so we kind of rotate who's responsible for dinner throughout the course of the week. So my next thing, I may go ahead and go for steaks, depending on if I can get some good stuff for it. A marvelous creation. Our mission is not merely a matter of winning a war, but of building a nation. The noble chamber will inspire me to similar nobility in dealing with the common folk and lend my words the royal authority they deserve. Yeah, sure thing, Kingy. Now, Maybe I could speak to you about Malroth, Your Majesty. Your friend fights like a wild beast on the battlefield. His might is unquestionable, but it's terrifying to behold. I am not the only one who feels this way. Many of my fellow soldiers feel the same fear when they fight alongside him. His ferocity may win battles, but it's losing hearts and minds. I know he's your friend, and it may hurt to hear this, but there's something amiss about that man. Something different. Da-da-da-da. Okay, so you're done. Yeah, no, shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Game. We're close to victory. I can almost taste it. We must begin. What do you mean it's too early to plan for celebrations? What exactly would you suggest? Waiting until after we won to begin planning the victory party? Man's got a point. When I was a child, I saw fireworks and was enraptured. I just wanted my dear granddaughter to be able to enjoy that same wonder. So, 3 fireworks cannons. Okay. It's okay, I just had a Snickers, Crazy Horse. I'm good, I got this, I got this. Okay. Listen, we're really dumb, Savacom. Like, we are Goku levels of stupid, okay? No, let's not talk to Malroth. No. We are not adults here. We do not solve our problems with communication or conversation, sir. Keep all that sinful talk over there with the children of Harga. I need more frickin' cotton. Sorry. I do hope you continue to enjoy your books, and I still encourage you to get out and see a movie if you want to, period. Maybe even just something that's mildly entertaining, so you can get some air and stretch your legs, period. I know, Pillars of Snow. I was joking about that with my sister, and I was like, great timing, sis, on, work getting in the way. And she's like, what do you mean? Explain. Jesus, Braquin. Good morning, Evo. Oh, Evo's here. You know what that means. We'll do it in a second. We have the firework cannons. Well done indeed. Now our victory party can go off with a bang, and my dear Esther can experience the marvel of good fireworks display. No, I'm not going to stop hitting on Malroth. Malroth is my beau, okay? I believe it's only a matter of time before we win this war, but it would seem that some among us still doubt our ability to defeat this foul foe. Still, as to be expected, I suppose, we of Moonbrook have been fighting this war for many a century. Many a century. No one remembers when it began or why. Little wonder that when people find it hard to believe it'll ever end. It's part of our daily lives, part of our very selves. Yet ending this war is the right thing to do, I know it. We must defeat the monsters, no matter what it takes. Yeah, no, I agree with that completely, Crazy Horse. No question. No, shut up. Okay, now I need to go get some more cotton. But while I'm out and about, you know what I should do? Okay, that's not what I was trying to do, but here you go, Evo, just for you. Okay, done. Come on, where's the wall? There we go. Look, I literally can't control what it turns me into. You gotta give me a minute. Get some more cotton. Is he still fixing the roof? Question mark.
Yep.
Really, game? Really? Okay, game. Give me something other than these two. There we go! Behold. Behold! My true form. And also Malroth's true form. There must be infinite bunny girls. Infinite! Uh-oh. Best part is we can still fight while being bunny girls. We can't fight as most of the monsters. Yes, I am stating that bunny girls are monsters. Obviously. Nobody cared about me until we put on the bunny girl suit. Points if you get the reference. I mean, in Final Fantasy VI, the single most powerful armor for a female to wear is the Minerva Bustier. Bustier, however you say that. So. We can also be the best monster. Oh, it doesn't look like anything. Armor has no cosmetic effect in FF6, only weapons. Hi, Evo! How are you? So, what's he there for today, then? Question mark. I had pretty much the exact same reaction, Savacom. It's like, no, that's my daughter. My sister, I was actually playing Dragon Quest V kind of alongside my sister. And she and I both really got into the idea of a family of adventurers. We came up with a whole story idea of, like, really high-level adventurers who raise a family, and then the kids kind of become part of the adventuring family. It was a cool story idea. I kind of want to do something with it someday. No, Crazy Norse. We tried a couple of times. We failed. We got nothing. While we wait... Oh, never mind. While we wait... Apparently I just need to say that, and that just finishes a build. Goddess be praised. The chapel's complete. Thank you so much. We shall pray for our fallen friends each and every day, so their souls may find the peace they were denied in life. Having a place to pray will also help our fellow townsfolk feel less anxious about the afterlife, and I'm sure they'll show you their eternal appreciation. My grandfather and I were never taken in by the children of Hargon's teachings, but we had to act like faithful followers for fear of what monsters might do to us if we didn't. And now I'm free to say that creation trumps destruction every time. As for your friend Malroth, he's been in a terribly foul mood lately. Has something happened? Yes. Bad writing. A lot of the soldiers are wary of him, but I know beneath his fearsome exterior he has a kind heart. Please forgive the townsfolk their misgivings. You two are such good friends. It breaks my heart to think that base rumor might tear you apart. Don't worry. I don't believe those stupid rumors. I mean, why would I? Oh yeah, we've started entering the drama zone, Eva. You've missed it. That's okay, we're not fully into the drama zone yet. There's, I think, 2 other forums, including a bunch of old men. Ooh, we got some red armors now. We can now make prison cell stuff. It would seem the sound of the bell has summoned several more soldiers. I trust there's no traitor amongst their number. We need all the help we can get. So we can now do multi-heal better. And... oh, I don't remember what red are. We got the builders here. Everything's cool. We need to fight. Fighting is cool. 4 refreshed faces burrow into Moonbrook Castle. Look, I can only alliterate so much, alright? Thank you for ringing the bell, Runner. Its resounding peal has rallied new soldiers to our cause and made better builders of us, one and all. Now, the only army that stands against us is the Scare Force. The final battle may soon be upon us. Victory is close at hand. Now, more than ever, we must be on our guard. I believe the traitor still hides among us. I've given the matter a great deal of thought, and I think I know who the dastardly devil is. At the moment, my evidence is circumstantial, but rest assured, the moment I can prove my suspicions, you will be the first to know. Thanks. So, anybody who does not know the answer to this question, I want you to guess, go ahead and right now. Who do you think the traitor is? Multiple answers are valid, and no one is a valid answer as well. The Scare Force will soon be among us, Runner, and their scouts barely flinched at our existing defenses. If we mean to defeat them, we must strengthen our defenses further and devise another magical weapon with which to stymie their assault. To do that, we must once again set out to learn what their weakness is. Indeed, but before that, let us begin by laying out the blueprint for our future fortifications.
Yep.
Evo? It's okay, I only need like 600 more things. Jesus Christ. It's another triumph, Runner. Even the unstoppable soldiers of the Scare Force should have difficulty negotiating that gauntlet. And once you have replaced the magical weapons where the question marks are, it'll be hopefully all but impassable to them. I have a piece of information that served you well. First, fill a chest. Start making the blueprints. Yep. So, during my time amongst the monsters, I learned of a great treasure that lies in a place they call the Freezing Fortress. I'm always up for a treasure hunt. Plus, I'm being sick to cooped up in this castle all the time, aren't you? Yes. From what I gather, it's an artifact of immense power. Maybe you can use it to make these things. If you'll permit me, I'd like to join you on your expedition this time. There's something I'd like to see for myself. Is that so? Well, if you insist. I shall remain in the castle and oversee the construction work. Godspeed you all. To reach the Freezing Fortress, head east, and then there will be snowstorms. This is weather damage. And, okay, so before we go, let's fill a chest. Yeah, there's 2 people we know with total certainty are not the traitor. Us and Malroth. Those are the only ones we could say with total certainty are not the traitor. We might need more marble. There's a reason I gathered all that marble earlier. You're right, Savacon. Wait, I'm sorry. You're right, Evo. You're not Savacon. Look, you both look alike, okay? You're right, Evo! Shut up. I was reading Savacon's comment while I was talking. Clearly, our best friend, who's been our ally, and our stalwart companion this entire freaking game, who's been with us since before we knew this island even exists, is totally the traitor. Yeah, no. Okay. Let's go get these started. Look, I've told you before, I can listen to 2, maybe even 3 people at once, but when it comes to the point where I am listening and reading at the same time, I tend to say what I'm reading while I'm reading it. Or, I'm sorry, I don't mean listen and read, I mean talk and read. Sorry. So if my eyes are staring at the words Savicom and I say Evo, then what might come out is... You get it. Also, you look exactly identical. I'm just saying. Like, that's on you, really. Wait a minute. Are you both robots sent here to destroy me? I apparently need to AFK for a moment. Hang on. Okay, so what I'm gonna do... I knew it, Evo. It makes perfect sense. One of you hates romance, the other one is a total romantic. It makes perfect sense. Okay. I'll be right back. Had to go put a baby down for a nap. And change her diaper. What am I doing? Right. I always knew. I always knew I would die someday. And I'd do anything to prevent that death. I'd even turn on Savaliani or Evocom. Hi, Spartan. Hello there. I just popped out of the freezing fortress for a breath of fresh air. If you're looking for the fortress, just head down the hill, cross the bridge, and follow the path to the right. Careful you don't get caught in the storm, though. The blizzards are so strong they blow you back down and sap your strength, too. Even the hammerhoods can't survive in those storms. Only the thickest furred monsters can weather that kind of weather. Oh, okay. Yep. So if you wondered why this is one of the most common forms you get, well, here you are. Still would have been better if they just let us select it, but whatever. Huh. I do remember that episode. It was an interesting episode, especially for how much it established the Vorlons. Hello there, I'm trying to get acclimated to this freezing cold. Us hammerheads don't have thick, shaggy fur, so we don't do well in blizzards. If I spend much time here, I'm bound to grow one sooner or later. That's, not how that works. Enjoy freezing to death, you weirdo. You know what's funny is both times I've played this to this point on camera, I have accidentally gotten this far simply by navigating the terrain naturally. I'm not sure what that says. I don't think we can fix the weather. No, also going the wrong way. There we go. We just have to endure it. I've got it. If we enforce child labor, and then force people to spread out the soup, and then mine all the coal before the storm... Anyways. I not know you. You know guards? Rumors say tricksy humans transform into monsters and sneak around sneakily like sneaks. If you see any friends acting funny, you tell me. That's if you survive to tell the tale. You so puny, even humans could beat you. I'd rather be puny than pugly. Come on, you overgrown bogey. Out with it. Tell us what the Scare Force's biggest weakness is. Malroth? Their weakness no secret. Their weakness cold. That's why we guard super chilly treasure here for them. Make sure no tricksy humans find it. But why you ask about weakness? Me think you very fishy. Oh, you, bring the shiny. Right, sir. So, for those of you who are guessing who the traitor is, remember, we left the mirror with Anessa. Aye, the devil is that? You tricksy humans. You try to trick me, tricksy tricksters. We see how tricksy you are when we smash you to tiny itty-bitty bits. Gotta eat a burger. Gotta eat a burger. There we go. Burger eaten. Oh my god, I still have the stupid debuff. We were talking about grilling earlier, Savacom, and yeah, I do too. Yeah, sorry, Anessa. We only have eyes for Malroth. I mean, after all, Anessa can't do this with us. How is it so hard? Why did we bother all the sneaking around in the first place? I suppose we did learn one thing, though. They've got Rosmere. How the heck did they get their grubby monster mitts on that? You entrusted it to Anessa, didn't you, Runner? Then my suspicions are true, though it pains me to say it. The spy in Moonbrook Castle, the human among us whose allegiances lie with the monsters, it must be Anessa. What? How else could the monsters have Rosmere? She must have told them where she hidden it, or if she didn't, simply hand it over them herself. I have my doubts about Anessa for some time now. I volunteered to join you on this mission in hope of finding proof of her subterfuge. Come, let us take whatever the troll was guarding and return to the castle as quickly as we can. For the time being, let us not tell Anessa that we know of her allegiances. Ba-ba-ba-ba. What are those things? There's a bitter chill emanating from them, and the troll did say the Scareforce were vulnerable to cold. Yay! The Crack Contraption. You might be thinking, why is it called Crack? Because the ice spell in the Dragon's Quest series is named Crack. Crack, Crackle. I forget the other one. And we'll take the gold, because we're probably going to be needing that, since we don't have infinite gold yet. Not yet. We'll get infinite gold later. Yes, that's right. We're going to have infinite crack. Ah, you did it. Yes, yes, yes. What we need is a way to activate them from a distance. I can almost hear the cogs turning. I sense another invention. Go ahead and make it, and then place it, and then build it, and then do it. I don't have infinite cord, and it keeps being an irritation for me, Bregman. Oh. The atmosphere and tone of the early part of the arc, Mr. Rivet, which I've actually already given a positive for. Corpse. I think I rated all of the stuff this way, but I'm gonna double check. Yep, okay, so this way... Okay. Why do I still... I mean, that begs the interesting question. Is this writing good enough in order to not be the obvious example? And that's kind of the question there. Yeah, exactly, Savicon. Dragon Quest is usually not known for its subtlety. Best not subtle story that's not Return of the King. My honest thought, like one of the first places my thought goes to is the second Batman film, the second Nolan Batman film. But actually, people would argue that's a very subtle film. I'm not sure if I agree with that, so we'll move past that. Let's see, what else we got? Yeah, Warwick doesn't think Malroth is awful. Everyone else has. Jerome has, the King has, and Anessa has. Oh, and Zara. What I'm trying to think of is a story that isn't subtle, but is very satisfying, regardless of its lack of subtlety. The kind of thing where you can see it coming from a mile away and it's still awesome, which honestly describes Return of the King to a T, which is probably why Mr. Red excluded that one. See, the problem is I can't agree with Iron Giant personally. And the reason why is because I've done a rumination on that film. And I forgot how bad the first half of that film was. In fact, I imagine everybody forgets how bad the first half of that film is. Now, in the interest of fairness, the second half of the film is fantastic. But it takes a minute to get on with it, you know? Honestly, I can think of several episodes of Star Trek which are not subtle but are very satisfying. In fact, best of both worlds, while we're on the subject. A very, very blunt episode that is honestly probably the best episode of Trek. Like, not my favorite, just the best. So, for those of you who like Karma, if you've been paying attention, I have fallen into this poison pit I put the corpses into, like, 5 times now. So you can be amused by that if you wish. Correct, Jay Palmer. Excellent work, Runner. Those cracked contraptions finish the blueprint off nicely. I trust they'll do the same to our foes. However, I fear the Scare Force will not be the last enemy we have to face. There are more of them out there. I can feel it. We may never win this war, but we can still fight together. Hey, Runner. Do you really think she's in league with the... Is everything quite alright, you two? I'd rather not you look at me so askance. If there's something you want to say, just come out and say it. Hold on. I think I feel something What in the world is that? Seems like a pretty meaty army's on its way. Time to fight some monsters. Oh, and before we go, don't take this the wrong way. All those gizmos you invented really are incredible. But when it comes to actually clobbering the monsters, that's my job. If you think any of these contraptions can replace me, you got another thing coming. Sick of being treated like I'm worthless. It makes me want to smash stuff to smithereens. And looking for you, that's what I'm good at. So come on, let's go bash some baddies' brains in. Now let's, I mean... This is admittedly a point of embarrassment, but I learned that the purpose of static defenses is to buy time for dynamic defenses back in StarCraft. Or maybe Warcraft 3. It might have been Warcraft 3, actually, but either way. I lived in the same place for both games, so that's my mental anchor there. I do agree that Warcraft 3 overcompensated, and I know that static defenses can work in RTS because I've played Supreme Commander and Total Annihilation. But the point I'm trying to reach is that, historically speaking, that really is kind of... Well, okay, let me talk this back. So, static defenses are there for two main purposes. Well, are there for like 50 purposes, but let's just go through the two that matter here. Purpose number one. They're there to ensure that it's a barrier. It raises the barrier of entry for people to come and sack or kill or destroy you and yours. You know, a few people with sticks and axes can cause problem to a village that doesn't even have a palisade. But they can't do anything against iron walls and proper murder holes and stuff like that, right? So, barrier of entry raised. Cool. The other benefit is to allow those who exist within the base to have a place of recovery and defense and recuperation and reinforcements, which they can then sally out in order to do, you know, more dynamic defenses. Now, a lot of that isn't really as true as it used to be because, you know, time and technology have moved on, but that was historically pretty true for a lot of history in a lot of places. A really good counter-cavalry charge used to be a terrifying thing for a good reason. In gameplay terms, near as I can tell, no games can make up their minds of the benefit and purpose of dynamic defenses versus static defenses. Like we were just talking about, in Warcraft 2, for example, static defenses were irritating, but not really preventative. In StarCraft, static defenses were really, really good. And then, well, okay, let me actually walk that back. They were too useful for being too limited, is how I think I actually want to phrase that. And then we moved on to Warcraft 3, where they nerfed them into oblivion, to the point where in many cases it's not even worth building towers because it's actually a waste of resources. And then we move on to StarCraft 2, which actually I think StarCraft 2 does a pretty decent job of mixing dynamic and static defenses. And, as I mentioned earlier, Total Annihilation and Supreme Commander kind of drift in both directions as well. I mean, there's a reason why one of my favorite strategies back in Total Annihilation was the Worker Army, where I would never build a single offensive unit, just better and more workers who would build a ever-encroaching line of defenses. Command and Conquer? Command and Conquer's weird. Because Command and Conquer doesn't have good defenses, static defenses, or bad static defenses. It has both. Command and Conquer goes all over the place. Yeah, it literally depends on the individual mission and exactly how well designed that specific mission is. I don't remember static defenses in Halo Wars, to be very honest. Now, if I can quote myself for a second. Hang on, I gotta remember the exact quote, because I was really proud of it. It was, never underestimate the power of a fortress to blunt an army, even a badly designed fortress. So as you can see, they're really causing a mess here. So, yay. Yeah, by the way, you can go absolutely hog wild with ballistas on this one. No, Gum Gum, that's terrible. That's a recipe for disaster right there. Especially if you're prioritizing, if you prioritize ranking people up based on results, then people are going to care about results more than reality, which is going to cause a lot of issues. I mean, there's a reason the Age of the Castle exists. Crazy Norse. Hey, we can build a new club for Malroth. Which I will. Because Malroth is my friend, who I care about, and want to have a nice weapon so he can be happy. You may have defeated me, but you cannot defeat your destiny. Struggle all you will, it makes no difference. Blah, blah, blah. I'm evil. Blah, blah, blah. Scale Force are defeated. Yay! For Gnomeregan! Huzzah indeed. All three of Hargon's heroes are laid low, and all thanks to you. You've earned yourself a prize. 5 million gold coins. Go fetch it from the coffers. Your Majesty, have you gone mad? We haven't had coffers at the castle or gold coins to fill them. Whatever those are. Right, right. No matter. I have no reward for you fulfilling my commandment. I don't know what the monster's next move is, but I know what our priority is. Let's repair the castle. Yeah, they kind of thrashed the castle there. Yeah, what did we decide it was? The $3.6 trillion of gold. Something like that. All three of Hargon's heroes are beaten, but if the Archdemon's last words are to be believed, our troubles are not over yet. Yes, we must reclaim the Mark of Moonbrook, the symbol of peace and prosperity, but it was lost to the enemy's clutches. Even though our enemies are defeated, the darkness lingers. It's as if we're being a being of unfathomable evil approaches. Yeah, dude, shut your cacophonous cake hole, you acoustically offensive off-key oaf. Your discordant caterwauling is driving us to destruction. Now is not the time for idle argument. If our enemy If another enemy truly lurks on the horizon, we must redouble our defenses. We must be prepared for another assault. Thank you, Runner. Without you, we could not have withstood the Scare Force's assault, let alone defeat them. I doubted the power of creation you wield will be able to bring us this far, but despite my misgivings, all our dreams are now within our grasp, mine included. Speaking of your creative powers, I have a request from your majesty. He would like you to build a dungeon. We may soon need to use it. Perhaps you could repurpose the hidden storeroom? Sure. Why not? Let me have a look. Ah, should suit perfectly. Excellent work. I think it's best to leave the building work to you. It would not do well for one of the townsfolk to err, or otherwise, and leave the cell vulnerable to escape. Best of luck! No, I apparently opened the chest. Weird. I don't know why it was... Ah. Well, time to dutifully build a dungeon. Think of it this way, Gum Gum. That kind of mentality is the exact same problem with the quarterly return. There it is. Yes, anybody who does not agree with our particular way of thinking will be thrown in the dungeon to rot. Ah, I see you've completed the work on the dungeon, just as I asked you. Thank you, Runner. Tell the truth, there have been developments. The first occupant of your newly built cell has been decided. I'm sorry, Runner. How could you even do this to me? Forgive me, Malroth. Anessa has convinced His Majesty you are too dangerous to walk free, and I cannot refuse a direct command from my king. I'm not talking to you, stupid. Why, Runner? Why would you build a dungeon for them to throw me into? Just because they asked nicely? I don't want to hear your excuses. I don't even want to see your face. I didn't think you were like this. I'm sorry. This is all Inessa's doing. She must be trying to turn us against each other and leave us too busy bickering to fight back against the monsters. I want to tell His Majesty the truth, but it's pointless. Inessa is his most trusted advisor. There's no way he would believe me over her. But I shall not give up. I will find another way. I won't rest until you're freed from Herr Malroth, and the real culprit is behind bars. By the way, it's not obvious, but this is the first time in the entire game we are no longer smiling. I know that's such a dumb thing to comment on, but the game has literally commented on our dopey grin this whole game. And we've had a dopey grin this whole game. And now we're frowning. You're probably thinking, huh, okay. But it's okay. Because it's about to get worse. What are you doing down here? Good heavens, what in the world was that? It is a good detail, but, you know. Humans been busy, me not gone long, and they build me beautiful new castle to smash. Lord Atlas, the humans are not to be underestimated. We would do well to destroy them now, before they grow any stronger. So this is Atlas. You funny, Rector. They not so tough. They all go squish soon. Until then, we have some fun. Go, minions. Make humans suffer for me. Make them squirm for me. Make them scream for me. And yeah, someone just threw our best fighter in jail. It's okay, though. We'll just go free him really quick. Oi, God, get away from them gates. Sorry, mate, no one's allowed near the cell, not even you. What I did last time, I will now emulate for you, because my very first thought was, okay, no problem. I'll just find another way in. If I can get up there. It's right about here. Might have gone too far. Hang on. I might have gone too far. Hang on, hang on. What? No. Well, they get to live with this now. Let's just fill this with poison. I am in the right spot. Hang on, hang on. Hold up, hold up, hold up. I sure hope nobody falls into that. Anyway, so yeah, down. Okay, maybe it's over here. Let's try over here. No, wrong button. Wrong. Okay. This is actually confusing. Where is it? Okay, hang on. Hey, Jijo. No, this isn't Minecraft, but hi. Okay, this is ridiculous. Look, all bets are off at this point. in case you can't see that, it's flagged as essential. This is what I was trying to show off. I can't dig in or around or up. The blocks are invincible. Okay, hang on. I kind of counted there, and apparently counted wrong. That is 7 squares off. Right there. It's 7 squares to the left from here. So it should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, which also happens to be where I dug last time. Where the crap is this stupid thing? This is starting to confuse me. Apparently I'm just a complete moron. Look, it's right there. Look, we're on a mission, okay? There. There's the spot. I know, right, Lord Haremont? It's just... Okay, so where's the hole I just made? Is this it? This is it. Okay. I was off. That makes so much sense. Okay. So as you can see, once we get to the roof, you know what's funny? The game doesn't really do anything with this, but if you think about it, you really shouldn't piss off a builder. Because they could do stuff like this in seconds. Just... No, yeah, I can just absolutely destroy everything you have. Just like that. I can also just stop helping you. Like, you like that food you've been eating? I can get rid of that. I can get rid of all your food. No, it is actually an in-lore thing. One of the dominant themes of the work is the marriage between... What? That's funny. This is our warp-in point. I'm not even mad. I'm not even mad. Hey, I like this medication station. How about the place where you train to become soldiers? Oh, you like sleeping? Tell me, do you like strategizing? Coming up with plans for how to defeat the enemy? Do you like having a toilet? I'm not gonna get rid of your food. I want to. Nice throne room. Okay, I've sufficiently vented. I should probably mention, I'm not really joking. I've played this game before, more than once. And the funny thing is, even knowing this was coming, this still really pissed me off. And it's funny because the game goes so far out of its way to make it worse at every angle. Anything the game could do to mitigate how irritating and frustrating this is, it expertly bypasses. First of all, it traps Malroth in there, which is already just kind of a really. But then it's like, oh yeah, no, you can't even go back to the cell. And I'm like, okay, I'll just break him out. But you can't do that either. And the whole time Malroth is like, oh, you've betrayed me. And I'm just sitting there like, really? This is triple negative territory. Just for the moment. Just for the moment. Never mind the other crap, which we've already talked about. Yeah, this is the basketball scene of this game. I know at least 3 people personally who, when they finished this particular arc, they damaged, poisoned, saboteured, or generally destroyed this castle on their way out. Because a lot of people I know don't like this particular segment of the game. There are not, Tavacom. You'll notice the only buildings I left up were the ones that might help make the rest of the chapter go smoother. Otherwise, screw them. Okay, let's get on with it. That was Atlas, the Major General of the monsters and ruler of the entire island. Seems he had no interest in fighting us now. Goddess be praised, but his underlings are coming. We must fight them back. Very well. We must fight them. Take these. Blah, 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 blah. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Hey, PB Good Fate. And hey, Jijo, you subbed earlier, didn't you? Oh my god, am I that out of it? You did. Thank you, Jijo. Very much appreciate the sub. Sorry, you caught me in the middle of being legitimately really angry with the game. If you want to put that sub towards up to 3 things, please let me know. But yes, high PB, good fate. You've caught me at being actually angry at the game. You can tell because I'm not ranting about how stupid they are, or giving like a big speech, or basically trying to be entertaining at all. Instead, I'm just actually angry. So while they go off and fight... I mean, I've got nothing else to do anyways while they're winning, so... I'll keep the kitchen going, just so we can keep having a source of food. You are permitted to keep cooking me food. Reminds me of the characterization for a character I once wrote, whose name was Hatred. No, I'm not very subtle with my character names. Anyways, so Hatred's big shtick is that he really likes to make sure that you know. Like, simply destroying everything isn't really enough for him. Because he could do that. But he wants there to be ruins left behind. He wants there to be wreckage. He wants to ensure that there's something to mark the fact that he absolutely destroyed something. So rather than literally wiping this castle clean, which we totally have the power to do, we're going to leave a few pieces here and there as a monument. I should probably mention, if it's not incredibly obvious, that, yes, a monument to non-existence. Are you still fighting? Would you finish already? Jesus Christ. Gee, if only we had a really high-damaging person to help us fight this guy. Well, hopefully it's no longer the worst period, Mr. Red. Like, if I'm causing that, we need to have a chat. I'm on this guy's side at the moment. Why, Crazy Norse? Like, I'm not going to, mostly because I'm curious now. Like, why fix it? I'll fill in this hole. And the other one I made, which is over here. Yep, there it is. Oh yeah, I made a third one, too. There you go. Hole's filled. Why would we fill in this one? Like, I'm actually curious now if the game can handle there being a giant hole. In fact, you know what? I'm gonna carve it out more. I'm going to completely carve out his entire prison cell. Oh, no, I know what I'm going to do. I know what I'm going to do. I know what I'm going to do. And this is the time to do it because they can't interrupt me from talking to him right now. I need to go. I need to go. I need to go. I need to hurry because I'm suddenly on a timer. No, 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 no. I don't have enough. Okay, fine. So, sorry, Crazy Norse. I sort of came up with a new idea all on my own for what to do here. I apologize. I didn't even really mean to, it just came to me of the moment, if that makes any sense. Oh, I'll go fill in this one. I mean, it's my work, but they're the ones benefiting from it, so screw them. now that we're getting enemies stuck down there, yeah, let's go ahead and fill in this a little bit. Gee, it sure would be nice if you had your best fighter down there helping you to fight that thing. Oh, well, bye. I hope you like being sealed in a tomb with an enemy that if you don't kill, it will kill you. Snakes. So, for those of you who weren't here last time I filled this entire castle with poison. The whole thing. The whole thing. I was mad. You think I'm mad now? No, 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 no. I've had time to process now. I was pissed. Now, of all the things I dislike about this, one thing that doesn't bother me is that Malroth puts up with this. You know why? Because of course he does. I mean, he could break out of that effortlessly, but why bother? He's been betrayed by the one and only person he thought was his friend. Now, this is still bad writing. Let's not excuse this. Hey! Hi! But, it actually does make sense to me in a well-written scene that he would just be sitting there, I don't want to say catatonic, but at the moment he's just sitting there processing and stewing like, oh my god, you know? Yeah, brooding. Have you figured out what I'm doing yet, by the way? I am ensuring that when Malroth gets out of here, he has a freaking red carpet ready for him. Looks like I literally can't break some of the blocks in the way. Okay, that's interesting. I think you're right. Looks like it's going to come out over the church, or under the church. Let's do this. Let's do this. Whoops. Yeah, this is the music that's playing in our head while we're doing this. Oh, hey! I like how the base integrity is just plummeting right now. Yay, my level increased. Oh, I see where we're at. We apparently can't get rid of the symbol, that's what it was. Yes, the monsters definitely did that to this place. Victory! I think we should repair the walls. Oh no. No, 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 no. What's funny is I thought about that. I actually thought about that. I'll be with you in a minute, Kingy. Give me a second here. Give me a second. Okay, no, looks like most of it is actually still here. That's funny. We just have to do a couple of things. So this shouldn't actually take that long. Of course, now I can't go near the cell to finish the frickin' staircase. We're gonna go this way. No, the other way. God damn it! Go from here on. Yeah, you can tell by the music we're in the... It's time to actually start, you know, making the end game of the island thing music, but I'll be a minute. I need to make Malroth's Staircase of Evisceration here. Yeah. I like how the king's just saying, like, are you gonna talk to me? No. I'm busy. Leave me alone. Yes, I'm building a staircase out of human bones, just to emphasize. The king lost his talking privileges. This should be far enough out. Oops. Yep. Exactly, Lord Emma. We have just built the Path of Glory, except not extremely horrific. I mean, technically, we're still building here. That's not a thing that we've stopped doing. There you go, Malroth. Just for you. Your personal exit staircase for when all of this nonsense is over and we can get you the hell out. Looks like I can do one more. I'll get you out of there, buddy. Hey, you like your new bed there, Kingy? I am a king of Moonbrook, the scion of Erdrick. By the power of the legendary lion, Atlas will be defeated. Of course, His Majesty is descended from heroes. I wager one as mighty as he could strike Atlas down with a single blow. I am no hero, as well as you know. Our good friend Hibrunner, on the other hand, is also not a hero. I shall explain to you what must be done. For now, give my thoughts form. And yes, the king sleeps on the snow because I destroyed his beds. Egad. Your credit to your trade. The Kazapple cannon I have long dreamed of will soon be given form. You mean to build a Kazapple cannon, the weapon capable of combining the power of every citizen of Moonbrook and unleashing it on our enemies? That's terrible exposition! But this design does not look like a cannon emplacement. It looks like a tower. What purpose could it possibly serve? My understanding is correct. This is only one of 3 blueprints, yes? 2 to provide the power, 3rd to house the cannon. Ah, so this blueprint's for the first of the charging towers, then. Commendable work. Now, build the thing that you just started building. When it's complete, the Kazapple cannon will be a breathtaking structure, not just a weapon worthy of a king, but one worthy of the scion of Edric. Shows a moment of celebration. You wear such a stern expression. Does aught bother you? Yeah. Why is Malroth in the fricking dungeon? Forgive me, Runner. I know how close you two are. Your friend's incarceration must be vexing indeed. But no matter how much you have done for the kingdom, a wise king must heed his counsel. When Malroth fights, he strikes more fear into the hearts of our soldiers than those of our enemies. And then there's the matter of his lack of reflection in the mirror. You need not fear for his safety. No harm will come to his friend. Actually, that's already not true. And that when the time is right, he will be freed. Come, Runner. His Majesty has spoken. Let us focus our efforts on building the cannon. Enjoy the snow bed, Your Majesty. And that's why that's a triple negative.